That was an absolutely wonderful prayer song by students from School of Excellence, Reeds and World School. Can we please show them a little bit more appreciation and love for getting us off to a beautifully grounded and spiritual start this morning? And now I'd like to welcome to the stage the students from SSVM World School for the welcome dance. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, somehow everyone sitting down seems to be clapping, but what about those of you in the gallery? Let's hear you make some noise. That's more like it. We're now ready for our welcome dance performed by the students from SSVM World School.
श्री शिवनामं पूजिदम् नमामि नमामि शङ्करपादं वन्दितम् शैलगिरिनाथा तों ध्यानलयनिधिये धीन्तनं सङ्गीतमानन्दं सायोज्यमालापनं तनधिरन तनदे रागं ताळं नादं नडराजं सुन्दरं नामं वेदं काव्यं नडराजं सुन्दरम्
Wasn't that simply incredible? Our theme for this year is humanity and AI co-creating our world. We've got a surprise for you. Enjoy this one.
Hi. My name is Pundit G, and I'm so happy to see you all today. Yesterday, this event was hosted by a human, but today, it's my turn. Don't worry. I promise I won't charge you for my extra intelligence. I'm here to have fun, chat with you, and maybe even surprise you with what I can do.
Whoa, 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 whoa. 1 second, 1 second. What is going on? Wait a second. Ma'am, you can't do this to me. This is like daylight robbery. Sorry, robotry. Okay, first of all, I think I'm a better looking guy since I saw the mirror last, but I don't think there's any comparison in the looks. Look, he's feeling a bit shy. Okay, anyway, you know what? When I came in here, I was said that the theme is humanity and AI. I didn't know it's humanity versus AI. And last time I was very good. You didn't have to replace me, ma'am. You didn't have to do that. But anyways, ladies and gentlemen, when he entered, you had a really, really loud round of applause. I think this guy deserves something little better. You see what I'm talking about? You know, I'm a little confused because when I talk to boys, it's like a really cool bro code conversation I can have with them. When I talk to girls, it's a very charming conversation. That's what the girls say. But how do I talk to you? What is it, Processor G, Pandit G, whatever? How do we begin?
You can start with hello. It's the human way. It usually works.
Wow, that's real intelligence. So, hello, and may I ask you, how are you?
I am charged and doing very well.
I'm also pretty charged up, to be honest, because, you know, every time I come here, I'm the center of focus. I'm the center of attention. The guests may be a little bit, but you'll agree with me, Madam Shrisha. I'm always the center of attention. But this time you seem to be in focus.
It is the changing era. You must know that.
Thank God you said changing and not aging. The past, I've been coming all the time. I kind of feel I'm aging slowly and slowly. But you know, what are you doing in a place like this, Pandit G? It's a weird name, but okay. For you, it suits you. What are you doing in an area like this? Are you trying to replace humans? What are you thinking? Sorry, what are you buffering?
My buffering is a lot clearer and faster than you're thinking. I may replace you as the host of SSVM.
What? I will kill you. I will switch you off. But okay, I'll probably do that some other time. You broke my heart with that one, but do robos like you have like heartbreak, love, stress, depression? Do you have all of that?
That's emotional intelligence. I have updates and reboots.
You know, I really think, Pandit Ji, that you look very happy, you look very calm. You must be single because married men have a problem and it's called wife. Like, Nitin is agreeing. What about you?
Me too. I also have Wi-Fi problems.
Okay, Wi-Fi and Wi-Fi, believe me, you can connect much easier with Wi-Fi than anything else. But, Robo, you know, I think I should start my show because just like a lot of androids, humanoids, and robos like you, we've taken a lot of jobs of the humans. So I think if I may start my show now, it'd be perfect.
Always available for assistance. Call me when you need me.
But I don't need you. I have a co-host, and I think she's okay. Like, her name is Sahitya. She looks a little better than you. Oh, slightly better. She didn't deserve that, yeah? For what?
Rajiv, I don't remember you getting a welcome like this.
I didn't. Really, I didn't. Can I do take two?
No. Look who it is. It is my old co-host. Do you remember the last time we were on stage?
Was that me?
No, not you.
Okay.
Yes. I don't actually laugh, but you triggered a positive response in my system.
He's
That
flirting.
was enjoyable.
Don't encourage him, yeah?
Rajiv, thank you. I believe I found a new co-host.
Then I'm out of here. You will miss me, and when you miss me, you call me. I'm leaving.
But Sahitya, Rajiv said I might replace him.
Yeah.
And maybe I could replace you too.
See, I can understand you possibly replacing Rajiv, but me, you're still a few years away from that. But you think you can match me? Shall we check? Shall we make sure the robot can actually do that? Do you speak fluent sarcasm?
But I can analyze sarcasm in 37 languages. I can also analyze millions of fashion trends in seconds.
Well, I can wear these fashion trends much better than you.
Debatable.
You have been spending way too much time with Rajiv. Like, seriously, way too much time. But tell me about this. We have so many teachers here in the audience. Should they be worried about you too?
I can teach any subject, in any language, 24/7. I can grade thousands of papers instantly.
Look at you. Already knows that the management's in the front row trying to get yourself hired here at SSVM. But tell me about this. I know for a fact when some of these teachers are sitting and grading a homework, they know for a fact that just from the mere handwriting, that maybe the student was sleep deprived. They wrote this in the middle of the night. Maybe they even wrote that while munching on some snacks on the side. Or maybe they took some help from ChatGPT. Can you do that?
I can't detect snacks, but I can detect plagiarism. Speakers yesterday mentioned teaching methodology may have to change.
True. Well, I'll tell you what. It was 2021, COVID hit us, the entire world didn't know what to do, but our teachers knew exactly how to adapt what the students needed, and they did that on the fly with no training. So I have a feeling our teachers are going to do just fine when it comes to AI and technology. But I'm thinking, you might make a good teacher's assistant. What say you?
No. I want to be the boss.
Well, don't we all? But if you want to be the boss, you should definitely check with the managing trustee right here, because Dr. Manimeghalai Mohan, isn't she like the original AI? Tell me this. Doesn't she remember every name, every detail, every person's backstory? Is that true or not? Exactly. Just like a robot.
She may in fact be running on a better processor than mine.
You know what? You talk about her, she knows exactly when to make an entry, especially with special guests like Mr. Sharan Hegde. Welcome, welcome. Thank you for joining us. But let me tell you something about our managing trustee and the processor that she works on. It's truly unbelievably efficient. Anytime somebody messes up, she never forgets. She remembers it for years to come. But along with giving them maybe a bit of a earful, I'll tell you what she does. She gives them the encouragement, the push, moving them in the right direction so they can find the solution for themselves so it's not spoon-fed. That's not artificial intelligence, Panditji. That is authentic intelligence.
Always available for assistance. Especially with Wi-Fi problems.
You know, Wi-Fi or Wi-Fi problems, I think Rajiv might need some assistance backstage. Bye, Panditji. Thank you for joining us. Let the professionals take over. What say you? Ladies and gentlemen, big round of applause for Panditji right here. And all jokes aside, I always love the welcome and reception I get here. The next time my actual human co-host, Rajiv, walks out here, do me a favor, give him the same warm response and welcome that you give me. Okay? Thank you. How sweet. Now, yesterday we had a stupendous day one of the SSVM Transforming India Conclave 2025. We had legendary filmmaker, superstar Lokesh Kanagaraj here. In fact, yes. And just like you, our students' reaction has gone viral all across the internet. Everyone's talking about the SSVM Transforming India Conclave 2025. We also had Ankur Variku on stage, and I had an excellent conversation with him. But I promise you, the podcast he did after was even better. I got to take a look at it at breakfast, and it was incredible. So kudos to you students who are spending time interviewing all of our eminent speakers. It's amazing to see what the future of India is going to be like, because it's truly in safe hands if it's in all of your hands. So, would you like to take a look at what happened yesterday? Let's take a look. You are the future of this country.
How many of you are excited for it?
When I take a look at her, I think AI needs to be renamed as authentic intelligence.
My idea goes far beyond boundaries. Once again, I would like to extend my heartfelt thanks to SSVM institutions for organizing this platform, and thank you.
What a wonderful day one, and it's truly set the bar for what promises to be an incredible day two. So to kick us off, I'd like to welcome to the stage someone who's always used her platform with great courage, purpose, and of course, for service. A young leader who carries forward a proud legacy while shaping her own with vision and intent. She's a true credit to her family and a champion of all the little minds she absolutely loves to nurture with a whole lot of heart and, of course, the SSVM brand of excellence. Ladies and gentlemen, her entire life has been dedicated to education, empowering young girls and women, telling stories that matter, and bringing together youth, educators, change makers to reimagine the way we go about learning in this world. She also serves as a Clean India Mission ambassador in Coimbatore, advocating for social responsibility and building positive outcomes for both people and the environment. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, please put your hands together. Join me in giving the warmest of welcome to Ms. Shrisha Nitin right here. Your co-founder of RU Schools and, of course, the Director of Education right here at the SSVM institutions. You can do a little bit better than that. Come on now.
Namaste. A very good morning to everyone here, our beloved dear students of SSVM and RU, our dear educators, our honorable dignitaries here. Truly feels really special to be here on the second day of SSVM's Transforming India Conclave, the 4th edition. How are you all feeling this morning? No, I did feel the energy in the room. I would like to hear that once more. Are you feeling energized? That's wonderful. I'm sure today is something that we're all looking forward to. Yesterday was incredible. We had a great lineup of speakers, remarkable minds like Mr. Jalaj Dani, Mr. Ankur Variku, Mr. Harshit Agarwal, Raul John, and Mr. Lokesh Kanagraj. And we truly witnessed some of the performances that were truly inspiring from our SSVM and RU students as well. And the workshops happening alongside, we're learning quite a bit here. And what moved me most was seeing our own studentpreneurs and inspirational gurus receiving their well-deserved recognition. Congratulations to all of them. Now, here's what struck me from yesterday's conversations. Every single speaker across completely different disciplines and different industries like arts, sports, construction, film, social content, and education, they shared the same truth. And that is, AI isn't coming. It's already here. It's already shaping their work, their decisions, and their futures. But they also left us with the most important question of our time. How much should we collaborate with AI? And more importantly, in a world where machines are learning to think more like humans, how do we ensure that humans don't forget how to be human? And that brings us to our theme of this year, humanity and AI co-creating our world today. Now, why this theme, you all might wonder. AI, like every disruptive innovation in the history, has brought both fear and excitement at the same time. And when used wrongly, we know that AI can harm, and when used responsibly, it can definitely elevate humanity. I'll share a moment that should disturb you. Last week, I was reviewing some student assignments. Beautiful work, articulate, well-structured, but something felt off. And you know that feeling when something looks perfect but has no soul? That's when it hit me. This wasn't their thinking. This was AI thinking for them. Now, before you judge these students, let me ask you something. How many of you have used generative AI for your assignments, for your essays? I do see some honest souls here. Right? Beautiful. So, exactly, almost everyone has, right? Use generative AI to completely outsource your effort. But that's not the problem. The problem is this. We're using AI like the training wheels in a bicycle. Have you used training wheels when you were small? So we're using AI like training wheels in a bicycle, but we're never taking them off. You know what happens when you never take those training wheels off? You never actually learn to balance. You never develop that core strength. And you never develop the thrill of riding freely, experiencing that thrill, the excitement of, and the confidence that you're able to ride the bicycle all by yourself, right? Here's what scares me the most. I see teachers creating lesson plans straight out of AI, no adaptation, no personal touch, no understanding of their specific students. And I see a great amount of students submitting work that could have been written by anyone, anywhere, about anything. But you know what gives me hope? I also see the other side. Teachers using AI for personalized student feedback and enhancing their lessons and the quality of interaction in their classrooms. And students using AI to brainstorm ideas and then adding their unique perspective. Now that's collaboration and not dependence. Knowing how much to use AI and when to use is very important. Now let me ask you something. What makes you, you? What makes your thinking unique? Your perspective different? Is it your efficiency? Is it your ability to process information really quick? Or is it your perfect grammar? No. Here's what no algorithm can replicate: your empathy, your emotional intelligence, your creativity, and your capacity for genuine human connection. And what I'm saying here, these aren't just nice qualities to have anymore. They're becoming the most valuable skills in an AI-driven world like today. And you know what gives you these qualities? Your very childhood experiences. Playing with your friends, having conflicts and knowing how to resolve them. Having deep conversations with your grandparents maybe, your parents, your friends. Feeling the full spectrum of human emotions. And these are the experiences that are going to help you work with AI smarter and also make you even smarter. So as one of our speakers yesterday said, as a human, you will always connect to the authenticity of the person you're meeting. And I came across an AI app where people create avatars to test their friendship compatibility before actually meeting in person. Sounds efficient, right? But here's the question. If your avatars can connect, but the real you doesn't connect, what does that say about authenticity? This is why I believe this. Authenticity, struggle, and even your imperfections are becoming way more valuable than ever. And these are what drive personal growth and meaningful conversations, relationships, and something AI's perfection can never replicate. So here's my challenge to you. Every day, do something that's harder than using AI, because it builds something in you that no machine can replicate, and it builds your character. And as we innovate with AI, we must ask not just, can we do this? But it should be, should we do this? We need technologies that serve humanity's progress, not just efficiency. And what happens to people's whose livelihoods AI might replace? How do we ensure they have pathways to new skills, new opportunities? And let's not forget, those massive data storage servers powering AI aren't great for our environment as well. And this is something I learned a few months ago from our very student who came in and interviewed me, and I was struck. I really didn't know the answer. But that made me thinking that every little search is impacting our environment. So we have to be very mindful of our usage. Now, to our studentpreneurs in the audience, when you're building your next solution, don't just ask, can AI do this better? Also ask, does this solution make humans more human or less human? ask yourself again, does this solution truly serve humanity's growth? Or does it just add to the digital noise? Now, that's my bit, and I would like to leave you with this thought today. And before that, I would also like you to know what we're going to explore today. Today, we'll be hearing from Mr. Sharan Hegde, who's here with us. And maybe also a little conversation with me and Dr. Manimeklai Mohan. And Dr. Rajesh Sababati, sir. Mr. Jibu Elias, and our inspiring winners of Studentpreneur Awards 2025. And there's been an overwhelming participation, I must say, from the Studentpreneur Awards, and there are about 460 plus heartfelt nominations for the Inspirational Guru Awards as well. And they continue to inspire us. It definitely must have been a very difficult journey for the juries here. And our award finalists, both the studentpreneurs and our inspirational gurus, have moved from ideas to impact, and that's truly inspiring to see. Our workshops today, again, are invitations to co-create. Today, you'll see people engaging with art and code, and they converse on the same canvas with Harshit Agarwal, and exploring socially conscious AI with Rishi Jain. And together, now, let's explore how we can co-create a future where AI amplifies our humanity rather than replacing it. And one last thing before I leave. The future isn't about humans versus AI. It's about humans with AI versus humans without AI. Think about that. And more importantly, it's about humans who remember how to be human versus humans who've forgotten how to be human. Which side are you going to be on? That's up to you to decide, and I'll leave you with that. Thank you. I look forward to it.
Which side will you be on? My, what an incredible question to leave everyone with. And I love how this entire speech came a full circle. She began with talking about how most of us use AI currently in 2025, where it's almost like we use AI with training wheels. I think that reference tells you how much and involved she is with the early years learning. I love the training wheels reference. But it's also the simplest way for us to understand how when we don't know much about something, it's easy for fear to develop and grow in our hearts. Like she mentioned, there is a lot of public discourse about should we be afraid of AI? Is AI going to take over the world? Are they going to develop emotional, social intelligence, become possibly a new species that we should be threatened about? I love how Srisha quoted a speaker from yesterday where it was all about not being threatened by AI, by understanding it and allowing it to elevate who you are as a human being. And that begs the question, in this world of AI where we all look to technology to boost ourselves, who are you deep within? Well, you're still in school. You've got a lifetime to figure that out. And we've also got plenty more years of the Transforming India Conclave for you to be inspired by all the speakers who take to the stage. So, now that we're set and ready for our very first session, we're proud to welcome to the stage a young man who saw a gap in a market, in an industry. You can clap, you know who I'm talking about. Decided to be brave, took a leap of faith, and as a South Indian, to leave a cushy job and go into the world of content creation where you don't know what's happening, I think many of us here can only imagine what his parents would have said to him. But my, if only they could see him here today, where he walks in to thunderous applause from an audience that is truly inspired by his work thus far. So, in SSVM tradition, it's now time for me to welcome Prajit from grade 11 SSVM Metupalayam to do the honors and introduce our next speaker. Can we all give Prajit a warm welcome, please?
What do you get when you mix a financial genius, a stand-up comic, and an engineer? No, not a startup, but you get a revolution with a punchline. One reel at a time, one lesson at a time, and one aha moment at a time. Sharan Hegde did not just teach India how to manage its money, but he made millions want to learn it. He's not your typical finance guy in a suit. He's the man who masked himself as the villain to teach us about taxes. The guy who dropped out of an Ivy League business school to work on a 90 crore financial literacy movement became the first ever Indian financial content creator to ever walk the red carpets of the Cannes Festival. Apart from that, he's also the founder of Finance with Sharan, the man behind the 1% Club, where lakhs of Indians today learning how to build wealth the right way. But above anything and everything else, Sharan Hegde stands as a testament to the fact that you don't need to come from generational wealth to become financially independent. All you need is the curiosity, courage, and a creator who gets it. So needless to say, prepare yourselves, for what you're about to see, feel, and hear is money in a way you've never before. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, put your hands together in welcoming to the stage the Finance with Sharan, Sharan Hegde, with a huge round of applause.
Can we also give Prajit a huge round of applause? What a wonderful job he did introducing Sharan. Hi Sharan, I'm Sahitya. Nice to meet you. And Prajit, that was absolutely incredible. Maybe next year, we might not need robots. Can we have students as co-hosts next year? I think that might be wonderful. Sharan, hello and welcome to SSVM.
Thank you so much for the incredible welcome, guys. And I have been to schools and colleges across the country. I've been some of the best schools in Bangalore, Mumbai, Kolkata, Delhi, but I've never ever seen an auditorium and a setup like this. I literally thought that I'm walking into the Oscar Awards. I didn't expect this at all. So
And
thank you so much.
can I just tell you, the auditorium's the least of it. So when you're done, take a tour of the facilities. This institution is quite unlike anything else.
Absolutely.
But let's dive right in. Are we ready to talk money, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls? How often do you hear a crowd do that? Or does it happen very often when you're there?
Talking about money?
Yes.
I think money is the most common topic for most people to talk about, because even as growing up as a kid, I immediately knew the power of money, because whenever I go with my parents out and I used to go to a toy shop and I ask, I want this, I want that, and my dad is like, 99 rupees is the ultimate you can buy. And the Beyblades back then were costing 299 rupees, and I could not buy those. So as a kid, I think all of us over here know the power of money and how important it is in our lives. So I think, I've always been fascinated with the concept of money and learning about it. Yeah.
So tell me this before we dive right into the concepts of, finance and AI. How has your perspective about money changed from when you were a young child to when you learnt more about finance and how you could build wealth?
Sure. So growing up, I think the concept of money, when most people think about being rich, they think about spending a lot of money. Right? The word millionaire and billionaire is something that has fascinated people for a while.
There's
And-
also the trope of I want a new house, a new
Yeah.
car.
Yeah,
The
so
list
when
goes
people
on.
think money, they're thinking about the luxury life.
Of course.
Right? They're not just thinking about, okay, I have a good amount of savings. Nobody thinks about savings.
That's
right?
too boring. That's not fun. It's not
very
glamorous.
boring. But yeah, so growing up, even I was like that, right? I was thinking, okay, if I have $1 billion, I will buy an island, I'll have my own plane, I'll have my own car, house, all of that. But then as you start learning about money and finances, then you realize that the goal is not to have a lot of money. The goal is to not let money control you, right? For the most people, money controls us. We are always running behind money,
We're
making
chasing
more and more
money,
money,
yes.
right? So I realized it is possible to live a life where money can generate more money and you don't need to constantly run behind it. If you build a system and process, and if you understand how it works, how the financial markets work, you can create a setup where money is generating more money and you truly live a life which you're supposed to live. Like, imagine a world where anything you could buy is free, right? The concept of money doesn't exist. There is infinite resources, right? And that is exactly what AI is going to do, which we will talk about later. AI is sort of creating that world where resources are infinite, and the concept of money might not even exist, because there is not going to be a shortage of anything. You know, money exists because there is a finite number of resources on this world, and money is there to decide who gets how much. But with AI, the prediction from people like Elon Musk is that the number of resources will increase. There will be infinite number of resources, and there need not be a concept of money to divide things among us, because everybody will have abundance, and we don't have to work for it.
Well, if we've already taken a futuristic turn with our conversation, let me ask you this. Right now, with Finance with Sharon, with 1% Club, you talk to people about how they can grow their money so they don't have to chase it. Money works for them.
Right.
There are people who are predicting a future where currency is going to be water.
Yeah.
Do you think what you do is going to be relevant then? Or will you be teaching people how to trade with water?
No, I think that's something known as a utopian world,
Of course.
where everything is nice. Everybody is happy,
Yeah.
right? And everybody can be happy only when there is abundance of resources, right? So I don't know if we will get there anytime soon. Maybe not in my lifetime, right? So I think whatever I do will be there for another 20, 30 years. But hopefully 50 years from now, 60 years from now, there will be a utopian world where money is not the most important thing in people's mind. I hope that happens also, because if you realize, money at the end of the day is just a piece of paper, right? It doesn't really have intrinsic value.
It has value that we assign to it.
Exactly, right? It has value because other things are associated with money, right? And because, like, for example, everybody here wants a Mercedes, right? Like, what if like here, let's say there are 1,000 people in the room, and if there are 1,000 Mercedes available for everybody, then we don't really need money, right? There's abundance of everything. And imagine that to make those Mercedes cars, you didn't really need money to make those Mercedes cars, because the number of labor reduced, robots are doing everything, and nobody was even in charge of making those cars.
Of course.
Right? So that is the utopian world that everybody is thinking of in the future. But I don't think it'll happen anytime in the next 20, 30 years. So we still have to work, guys. We still have to get a job. We still have to get a good, high-paying job. So not happening anytime soon.
But speaking of what's happening soon, well, AI tools are getting smarter by the day. They're getting better by the day with each upgrade.
Yeah.
And essentially what you do, not to oversimplify it, is explain money to millions of people. Do you think AI tools are catching up and maybe they can do it better?
Yeah, that's a question that I keep asking the team regularly, right? Is AI good enough to manage our money end to end? Now, I don't think it is going to get there anytime soon.
Okay.
Because money, unlike most other things, is very, very, like, for example, the biggest use case of AI today. Do you know what that is? What people are using AI for most of the time?
Emails?
No.
Searching for things?
No.
What are they using AI for?
They're using it as a therapy consultant. That's the biggest use case of AI.
Wow.
They're talking to AI about their personal problems. They're revealing everything about them. Any problem, any mental issue they're having, they're revealing to AI. And AI is acting as their mental consultant coach.
What about privacy issues? Before we know it, someone's
People
going to be
trust AI
quoting
more than
ChatGPT in a court.
people are trusting AI more than they trust their friends.
But should they be trusting AI?
That I don't know. I don't know the answer to that.
Okay.
But what I'm trying to say is that for things like that, like instead of me actually going to a real therapist and paying 2,000 rupees an hour, which is the rate in Mumbai, I would rather do it with AI, which is free of cost, right? But when it comes to money, can I ask AI to manage my money end to end? That is a much more difficult decision for people to do. They will not trust that easily.
One second, they're willing to trust AI with their emotions, their deepest, darkest secrets,
Yeah.
but not money.
Not money. That's what I'm feeling, and that's what I'm
Okay.
realizing by talking to a lot of people.
Okay.
That people will never fully trust a non-human being to manage their money end to end. They will always need that some person to overlook it. It cannot be like completely automated. No one's looking at anything, and is happening in an automated manner. I
There
think
has to have some level of human oversight.
it'll have to have some level of human oversight, because money management and investing is also a little bit about prediction. And that prediction power comes from understanding some aspects of the world which are not just numbers oriented, right? So that's why there will always be some human angle involved, because see, AI at the end of the day is getting all of its information from the existing internet. But some of those investment decisions cannot happen just from the existing information on the internet. It needs to happen from some other information that you get by talking to other people in the industry in real life. So that is why completely giving money management to an AI and automated AI end-to-end is not going to happen, in my opinion, in the next 10, 15 years also.
Not even in 10, 15 years. Do you think that's because, do you think that's going to happen globally or just in India? Because Indians specifically have a very emotional connection to their money. It's considered as Lakshmi,
God.
There's God.
Yeah.
And it signifies a lot more than just currency to Indians.
Right.
So do you think it's particular to just India, or do you think globally we're not going to be trusting AI with our money?
No, I think globally, because it's about fear, right? Because people will always have that fear that what if I lose the money, right? Because see, today, people are not even willing to remove money from their fixed deposit to the stock market, because they're not even able to bear a 5% drop in their portfolio or 10% drop in their portfolio, right?
But those very same people, just to play devil's advocate, who all were worried about crypto and talking about how it was terrible, are now at parties going, bro, how much did you invest in crypto?
Yeah, that's always going to be a cycle, right? So whenever any asset class is doing really well, people will pour money into it. So right now, crypto is again booming, right? Everybody's again seeing, okay, Bitcoin has become 1 crore now. Right now, Ethereum is also growing. So people, whenever things are going well, will invest in it. But when things are not going well, it will create a lot of deep scars in those people, and they might never even enter it back again. Like that's what happened with my parents, right? My dad, in the early 2000s, he put his money in the stock market for the first time. And then he saw a big correction during the 2008 financial crisis, and never ever invested in the markets ever again until I started his managing money 3 years back.
Okay.
So 20 years he did not invest only, because of that deep scars that was caused when the market corrected. So point I'm trying to make is, it is not just an India sentiment, it's a worldwide sentiment that the thought of losing money doesn't let people to take a lot of risk. So in India today, people are not even confident enough to put money in the stock market. Like the number of people who actually invest actively in the stock market, out of 140 crore people, there are about 16 crore demat accounts, right? But out of those 16 crore, I would say less than 2 or 3 crore people have actually active. So that's just 1% of the population. In comparison, there are a larger number of people who've opened an account on the company which has just shut down, Dream11. Right? There were a larger number of people who put money in those kind of accounts. So the number of people actively investing in the market is so less. So I don't think anytime soon people will give management of their money to AI entirely. Because it needs to start with that 2 crore people becoming bigger.
Of course.
Right? Because only out of that, maybe like today, right now as we speak, maybe like 10,000 people might be doing what you're talking about.
Yeah.
So for that to increase, the number of people first investing in the market itself has to increase. And then out of that, a small segment of it will confident to give AI the power to manage their money. But as of now, I don't think it's happening.
Okay. Can we have some lights on the audience so we can get the audience involved in this interaction as well? Sharon, do you want to maybe understand how many people here, especially students? I know you get pocket money. Some of you've got side gigs. You win awards. You get some prize money.
You guys get pocket money?
Okay. We will maybe pull the parents in next time and have a conversation with them about it. So you learn to start managing money from a young age. But how many of you here have a bank account to begin with? In your name?
Wow, that's nice.
That's good.
Starts from there, yeah.
Now, keep those hands up, those of you with bank account. Do any of you invest the money in your bank account? If you invest, keep the hand up. If not, put your hand down. That number changes drastically. So Sharon, thank you. You can put your hands down. Sharon, what do you tell them? At least the ones that have money in bank accounts, why should they start investing?
I think it's about the discipline and the consistency of doing it over and over again. So even my mom was kind enough to open a bank account for me when I was 10 years old, and I still have that bank account, and that's my primary bank account. So the feeling of seeing a number in your name and that number increasing is a dopamine effect for all of us, right? As you know, money is the biggest drug of all, right? It's the common drug that everybody is associated with, and it is just a simple number on the screen. But the earlier you start, let's say I was a 10-year-old kid and I saw that number on my, back then it was a passbook, and I saw that number printed on that paper, and I used to ask my mom, can you put 1 crore in this? Right? This is like what? Less than 10,000 rupees. I want to be a crorepati. Right? So her answer to that was simple. You need to get good marks in school. Right? Right now you are coming second or third rank. You need to come first. Right? She's like, you lost 2 marks in maths, no, last time. You need to work hard, go and study. Then she'll be like, as soon as you graduate, you need to get a very high-paying job. So she told me some names of some IITs. You need to get over there. Then she'll tell me stories of her friends' kids who got into those colleges, so massive FOMO. So then she'll be like, you need to make 25 lakhs per annum. Then life will be set. Then after that, she didn't tell me anything. Right? Her story ended with getting a high-paying job, and then life will be set. I got into a college, did not get a high-paying job. I got I think my first salary was 27,000 rupees per month. This was about 5 years back. Not 5 years back, sorry. It's been a long time. 8 years back. So I was 22 years old, and I got my first job. And then I did not get that high-paying job. So then I was working very hard, and then I'm like, okay, I can't get into IIM and IIT. I tried really hard. Nahi hua. Didn't happen. So then I started working on, okay, let me now think of upskilling myself and getting better at what I do so that I can increase my salary. So that plan worked out really well because I'm very good at speaking. So if I get into an interview, because I can speak very well, I could convince and that's what I realized, that eventually it is not about your, what you know, right? What you know is easy. And today, AI has made it even more easier for what you know, right? Like, think about this. The reason why professionals like doctors and lawyers get paid a lot is because they have a knowledge gap, which you don't have. Their knowledge gap with you is really high. Just like that in every other industry, the reason why some people get paid more earlier was that they know something that you don't. But AI has bridged that gap. Now you know everything that everybody knows, if you know how to prompt it right? So knowledge is not going to get you a high-paying job anymore, because knowledge is easily available on AI. And AI will actually do those things for you as well. So now the skill became actually how can you talk to somebody, tell them your story, right? And tell them what you can do in that company, which their existing employees can't do. So I was really good at doing that. And I could double my salary and then again triple my salary and end up with that magic number of 1 lakh rupees per month. And that is when my investing journey really took off, and then I could save a lot of money. So yeah, I mean, but that discipline started when I was 10, 12 years old, when my mom opened that bank account. And slowly seeing that number increase is what has been really important in being consistent. See, a lot of people wait till they make a high salary to start investing. But that is sort of like saying that, I will start working out once I turn 40. Once I actually have some body aches and body problems, then I'll start going to the gym. It's sort of like that, right? It's actually very painful when to start working out later on in your life, because it's not that easy to catch up. Because it's a discipline that you build and a habit that you form very early on.
So, Sharon, I know how passionate you are about people educating themselves about finance, because then it's a strength, it's a power. You know how to make money work for you.
Yeah.
But we also live in an age where we're maybe 3 years away from an AI bot giving people instant stock tips.
Yeah.
Why should teenagers learn about finance? Isn't that just easier?
Yeah, so yes and no. So an AI bot can give you good stock recommendations, but this is what will happen. If everybody is relying on that same bot to give the stock recommendations, do you think everybody will make money?
Not really.
Right? If
But
everybody is
won't
following on the same information,
But will the AI bot not factor that in and make recommendations accordingly?
no, so let's say there are 2 crore people that we said are investing. If all 2 crore people are getting a stock recommendation at the same time, do you think all 2 crore people will make money? Because as soon as the first 1 lakh people put money into that
price
stock,
is gonna start
the price is
climbing.
going to go up, right? So it's not that simple, right? So then it's about whose AI bot is better,
Of course.
right? Because then you will have to eventually create your own AI bots. Because if you are relying on somebody else's AI bot, everybody else is copying that, right? And if a large number of people are following that same AI bot, that AI bot will not work anymore, right? Because the financial markets is not that, this is some company which is automatically going to go up and everybody is going to make money. The world doesn't work that way. Everybody doesn't make money. Some people will make money, some people will lose money, right? So if that is the power law, right? That is the game theory. Not everybody can win in life. Some will win, some will lose. So are you the first one to know about something before everybody else? That is what makes you the winner and somebody else the loser, right? It's not like it's a zero-sum game. So then it comes down to, okay, can I make an AI bot better than others? Now to make the AI bot for you to invest, you need to know about finance. Because how will the AI bot do otherwise? So you need to customize it based on your requirements.
Of course.
You need to know something about the financial market. So it starts with you knowing how to invest and then translating that to the AI. Right?
So
Like
is
for
it-
example, today we talked about students doing assignments with AI. I'm sure the first time you did it, the assignment was bad. The first time you asked AI to do something, it was bad. Right? Then it trained on you. You gave it feedback. You said, not like this, do like that. Then you're like, hey, you stop. I'll only write it. Then you copy this and say into this, see, this is how I wrote. This is an example of a good assignment. Now, next time I give you an assignment, please follow this structure. Have you done that or not? If you've not done that, please do that. Right? That's how your AI gets better. So now your AI, which you are doing, is personalized to you. It's going to write like you. And you have given it instructions. So basically what you have done, you have like hired a person and told that person that this is what I am. This is how I write. Please follow these instructions. And every time it makes a mistake, you're correcting it. So similarly, when it comes to investing, let's say I make an AI bot. I need to train it. I need to correct it whenever it's making a mistake. So that happens only if I know finance. So the AI is only as good as you. And in any area of life, not just finance. Anything that you're doing, writing emails, completing assignments, it is only as good as you and how good you code it. Or how good you give the instructions. So if you're making a custom GPT on ChatGPT, right, you need to customize it and give it instructions and constantly make it better and better.
So Sharan, tell me this, is it safe to assume that if an AI bot went viral on finance, it's not ending up on your podcast, you might be collaborating with one? Would you ever consider that?
I think a lot of companies have already reached out, claiming that they've built something which is going to, completely change the world of investing. But it's a little risky to, bring on a podcast because people easily get influenced and lose their money. So you need to be really careful with these sort of things, right? Because they will say, I did backtesting of data and have made so much money. But comparing it to the past data and saying that I've made money is not the same as making money in the future. So I think it'll take some time for these AI bots to see exactly are they making money over the long-term period. And more importantly, it's not about are they making money. It's important to know when things are not good, how much are they losing,
Fair
right?
enough.
But let us say an AI bot has made 20% returns, whereas I have made 15% returns. You're like, AI bot is better. 3 years goes by, and suddenly that AI bot makes a big mistake, and there is a 50% drop in the portfolio, whereas I have lost 10% in my portfolio. So now who is better, right? Year 1, year 2, you said AI was better. Year 3, the human was better. So it'll take time for us to make that decision and for mass adoption to happen.
So we need more time and data before we can...
Absolutely, absolutely. And that is one thing. Second thing is, SEBI won't let it, right? It's not that, okay, I built some AI thing and it's going to change the world. SEBI, who is the regulator of our country for the financial markets, they need to agree that, okay, this you can do, right? Right now, you might be like, okay, Sharan, you're a good investor. I'll just copy what you're doing. Now that's something known as copy trading,
Yeah.
right? That is a concept which exists in the West, where I
You
can
even
copy
have
somebody.
apps where you can choose an investor of your liking
Correct.
and then copy trade for trade.
Correct. So whatever they do, mine will copy. But that is such a simple concept. Existed, everybody would have had this idea since the last 100 years.
Yes. If
But
all of
even
us could
now-
trade like Warren Buffett, hasn't everyone
Correct.
thought of that? Yes.
But even now, SEBI has not approved it. So even if AI is going to create some next level strategy, without SEBI's approval, it will never come into the picture.
So speaking of SEBI, recently there was a lot more regulation around finfluencers in the country, their effect, their impact. Do you think we need better regulation with regards to AIs and bots in finance?
I think it's difficult to regulate something like this because if you start regulating AI, and Europe is regulating AI a lot, when you start regulating AI a lot, the country's progress will slow down.
Okay.
Right? Because if you restrict people from using AI tools, saying that it's too dangerous for you, another country's citizens who is using AI will progress much faster.
Okay.
Like for example, when the internet came out, if India said, you know, internet is too risky, our citizens are not going to use internet, today where would we be?
Fair enough.
Exactly. So AI is that, right? The current generation who is sitting over here, they are born in this era of AI. So they need to use AI. Obviously, there are some risks and challenges, but you cannot put regulation on top of it to control it because then the bigger risk is that the progress of the country will slow down.
Okay. Interesting. I want to ask you this. How do you use AI with regard to your finances?
Yeah, so with respect to my finances, not a lot, to be
Okay.
honest. I don't use AI to tell me where to invest because I still trust a human being over that, right? It's not more so about skills, but that emotional thing I was telling you about, trust. Trust cannot be bought with AI, right? AI cannot give you the trust of managing your money. For that, as a human being, I will still trust another human being who has a license and who has a track record of more than 10 years. Not 2 years of AI, right?
Okay.
So with my money, I do it myself and with other experts. But I use AI in a lot of other things, right? Because I'm a content creator first. Now, as a content creator, you need to research, you need to write scripts, you need to shoot, and you need to edit. It's a 4-step process. Earlier, which was a 2-day job, is now a 1-hour job,
Okay.
right? Because the research can be done automated, scripts are automated, and even video shooting is automated. I'm not even required to be in front of the camera because an AI avatar who speaks like me, looks like me, is going out on the internet.
So then how do you keep your brand authentic in all of this? Because this is the debate we were having yesterday, wherein with AI, it's easy to automate. It's wonderful for research, data analysis, pattern recognition, script writing. Essentially, time-consuming jobs that AI speeds up for us, buying us time. But can AI convey authenticity?
That's a good question. So right now, video AI is not there yet, but static image AI is already there. Like today, if you see some images, I only can't understand if it's AI or not, right? I'm sure a lot of you guys will not be able to understand. If you show you 2 pictures, AI and real, you will not be able to understand which is AI and which is not. So image has already gotten there. In fact, there are some startups which have come because the only drawback of AI was that the human skin texture was not coming real. It was coming too smooth. Human skin is not that.
There's an AI avatar of you right there.
No, that's not nice. That's not good. That doesn't look like me. But yeah, so the human skin texture was not looking authentic. So that there are some startups who are creating AI just to make the human skin real, right? So those have come out. So image has already reached. Video, we have a long way to go. But if you show it to my dad, he will not understand. He will still think it's real.
Wow, okay.
Right? Like, for example, there was this video which came on my feed, some CCTV camera footage of Lord Shiva walking in the temple. Right? And for 1 second, I'm like, oh my God, what is this? Like, then I open the comment section, I'm like, AI, and all of that. But I'm sure if my dad got that, he would take at least 5-6 seconds, to actually figure out, is this real or not? So AI videos is really not there yet. Like, have you seen that Will Smith video?
Yes, I
3 years
have.
back, eating spaghetti?
It was played yesterday.
It was played yesterday. And fast forward to today, how is it? It's pretty much better, like 100 times better.
Yes.
So imagine 6 months later, right, when you again look at how video AI has come, it will be even better. So authenticity, that factor, it can actually be designed, because now even Hollywood and Bollywood is thinking of using AI videos to reduce the cost, right? Obviously, everything cannot be made with AI, but bulk of the things can still be done with AI to bring down the cost.
Okay.
And authenticity at the end of the day comes from the script,
Of course.
not from the output, right? And even if AI does the end-to-end writing, I'm sure even a script writer is still needed at the end to fine-tune it. And that is where the authenticity will come, to fine-tune it. AI is an enabler to brainstorm quickly, and then the script is where the authenticity will come from. But video AI, I think, will eventually be as good as real videos, and you will not be able to tell the difference.
Incredible. Well, we have here with us a bot called Panditji. And
I saw that earlier. You were
yes.
talking to it here on
Are you open to maybe being interviewed by Panditji a little?
But why is he called Panditji?
He's quite wise that way.
Okay.
He's had quite a bit of a software upgrade recently. That's why he's called Panditji.
Is he autonomous, or is somebody controlling? Or you're controlling?
Yes.
No? No?
Someone at the back is.
Okay.
Panditji, do you have questions for Sharan here? At least I know I'm going to be called back next year and Panditji is not taking over. At least hosting my job is safe for another year, I think, Sharan. We're going to let Panditji find his voice, but in the meantime, I want to ask you something else.
Okay.
In a world where you're saying how close we are to having realistic AI avatars of human beings giving advice on the internet, if we're not ready to trust a bot to give us tips about money, why should we trust an avatar of you giving us advice?
Wow, so very, very good question. You came up with it right now, because I don't think it was there.
It's not there.
It's not there. Impromptu question. So I think it comes down to trust, right? So if there is an intrinsic trust that has been built by somebody, then if that person has then been made into AI, then it's okay, because there is a certain amount of brand value associated with that person before that AI version of that person came. Day one, if you start with an AI version of you, then there won't be trust, because nobody knows that person, right? So you need to build that trust first with the real you. Then you can maybe create an AI avatar of yourself.
But Sharan, that works with your existing audience.
Right.
Once your AI avatar takes over, any new audience coming in, their very first interaction is with that avatar. It's not with you.
That's right.
How do you build and earn trust with them?
So it's not that you will completely stop your real version coming out, right? Your real version will still be coming out, maybe, let's say, on a YouTube video. A long-form video is very difficult to make with AI,
Yes.
right? So that will always be there. Second is your appearances in events like this, right? So that also builds more trust, because, okay, this person is real. I've seen the AI version of him, and he's real also in real life,
Okay.
right? So it's like you don't like go to a cave and live there, and then your AI version is out there forever, right? You always need to interact with the real world from time to time. So it'll be a mix of both. You can't just, AI will not completely replace you 100%. I think that's the answer you wanted to hear. Will AI replace me 100%? No. You'll always need to bring the real version of you as well, because in that world, people will value that a lot more, because that is a real human being. And I think in the near future, on Instagram Reels, there will be more AI videos than real videos, right? Like if it is, I think right now, Instagram is tagging videos as AI,
Yes.
right? Eventually, I think it'll be ulta.
Flip, yes.
Yeah, it'll be real.
Yeah.
And then whenever it's a real video, people will pause. They'll go like, this is real. Let me see. Oh, this is what real looks like. Okay, okay. So I think that is the world that we will get into. So real will be more valuable. Like, for example, diamonds. You must have heard of natural diamonds and lab-grown diamonds, right? Chemically, they are the same, right? Very, very same. But what has happened is the lab-grown diamonds value has dropped by more than 50-60% from the time it was bought 4 or 5 years back. Real diamonds also have lost its value, but around 15-20%.
Yeah.
Right? So even though the two things were exactly the same, chemically the same, the value of that has gone down, because when something can be mass manufactured and everybody can buy, the value can go down. Similarly with AI, when AI is accessible to everybody and everybody has access to the same power and everybody is doing the same thing, the value of that goes down. So you still need to bring the authentic version of you, the real version of you, from time to time to differentiate yourself from the rest of the people who are also using the same AI that you're using.
Fair enough. I'm going to invite our students to start lining up. We will begin the Q&A after the next question that Sharan answers. So there's a mic right there. You know where to come. Please line up with your questions. Sharan, my final question to you. In a world of AI, do you think Indians will still value and invest in gold as much as we do?
Yeah, I mean, of course, because I think AI and gold, it has nothing to do with each other, because gold is like a safe haven for us, right? Because, like, let's say, for example, now everybody is saying that AI is a bubble, right? What I mean by that is the companies in the US which are making AI, if you've seen their value, they have skyrocketed.
Yes, they have.
Right? Like, for example, NVIDIA, that we all know, has gone up 10 times in value in the last 5-6 years. So some people are saying that the reason why these companies' valuation is going so fast is not in line with the development speed of AI. What I mean by that is, for the current valuations to hold, the number of those data centers that need to keep increasing, that needs to go up very fast. But that is a friction point, right? Because that's a physical infrastructure that needs to be built, and that speed is not there yet. So if that happens, let's say the companies, the US market corrects for some time. So that time, where will people want to put their money? They'll want to put their money in gold.
Of course.
So gold will always hold value. No matter what is happening in the world, gold will always hold its value, because you cannot make more gold, right? And if you could make more gold, it will be a separate category called lab-grown gold, which is also there now.
Yes.
Right. So that's a separate category. So the real gold which is there will always hold its value. Like, I think it's very important to have at least 10 to 15% of your money in gold at any given point of time.
Okay, fair enough. Do we have students lined up for their questions?
Good morning, sir.
Good morning.
So I'm Moksha from World School. So you've been, throughout the session, you've been recollecting on your past experiences when you were 10, how your mother created your bank account and how you started your investing journey. So I would like to ask is that from your past experiences, is there any single point of, like, any single event, any memory, any lesson that you've learned that has, affected your growth, the way you think, your mindset? Because you always think that it should be like you should take some risk in life, right? So is there any different type of lesson you've learned from somewhere, from someone, or from something that has affected this?
It's a very good question. And it's just the failures, man. It's just those hard moments in life which teaches you the most. So every person goes through some tough days, and I've also gone through my fair share of tough days. And every time I go through those tough days, the most change and the most growth happens in my life. The first tough time for me, and now I laugh at it, was I worked my entire 10 years in school, and my entire dream at that point of time was to come first in school. That was it. That's all I wanted. First rank. I would have been so happy. I thought I would have made it in life. And until 9th standard, and even 10th standard, the preliminary exam, I came first or second, either one of those two. First or second, first, second, first, second. There was this tough competition between me. You know what I'm talking about. There is this topper in our class we are fighting with, first, second, first, second. And on the final day, the board exams, the day it actually mattered, I came 5th. So that was in my head as a 15-year-old boy. It was like a huge mental crash. Like, it was like as big as probably me being broke right now. That kind of a mental impact in my life. So days like this really teaches you a lot, because you really go deep within and ask yourself what is really important to you. And to make matters worse, back then even my parents also had really pushed me to, like, okay, you came 5th, what happened? Like, and then they're like, no going out for, you can't go out and play with your friends, stay at home only. So that sort of, mental trauma really impacts you. So I think these kind of incidences, and I'm sure everybody have those kind of instances in our life. I'll give you one more example. So I got my first job, which I was telling you guys, 27,000 rupees per month. It was in a company called KPMG, very big company. And I had worked so hard for 2 years, Saturdays and Sundays included, because I wanted to get a promotion. Because only when you get a promotion, your resume looks good, which you can apply to an MBA college and say that, I've done this work, bro. Please, I can get into an MBA college, please. So I didn't get that promotion because of COVID. And I again went into that mental spiral down. And at that point of time, my parents also had matured. They didn't come and blame me then. My dad came into my room, and I remember that conversation very clearly. And he told me that, you know, stop feeling sorry for yourself, right? These sort of things are very common. If I tell you some of my stories, you will not even believe the kind of struggles we went through. And he told me a couple of his stories where he went bankrupt a couple of times and he had to take a big personal loan of 50 lakhs and all of that. Then I was like, then my story doesn't really sound that bad compared to my dad's struggles. So these sort of tough instances that happens in your life really teaches you a lot. So you will never forget those instances, and those becomes the driving forces for you to do something really challenging in your life future. So always accept those hard times. And the day that it happens, you think it's the end of the world. But those are the things that that actually builds you as a person. It builds the resilience in you. Because success at the end of the day is less about your IQ and more about your resilience, right? Your ability to show up every single day, not just when you have the josh and when you have the motivation after watching one video. It's about the ability to show up every single day, whether you like it or not. And not a lot of people can do it. It's not about who is more intelligent and who is more smart. It's about that resilience. And that resilience comes from the hardships that you had in life.
For our next question, can I invite the camera crew to step to the side so we can actually see the student from the stage? Thank you.
Good morning, sir. My name is Linesha Gupta. Sir, my question for you is, as a commerce student, how can we as a student start investing, and what will be the disadvantages and advantages of starting investment in an early age?
Perfect. So investing at an early age, I would say, is twofold. One is investing in yourself, another one is investing the money in another company. At a young age, when you don't have a lot of money, the higher ROI comes from investing in yourself, right? So ask yourself, what are your skill set gaps which you have? I'll give you one example of a 14-year-old a girl who I recently met in my office. So one of my best friends is starting a business, and she wanted to create a logo for her brand. So she was looking on Instagram, and she came across this reel of this 14-year-old girl, and she invited her to our office. So she came to the office with an older man. And then we were talking to this girl about what and all she's been doing. So she's into building AI agents. And that older man was her dad, who also has his own business, which was making 10 lakhs a month. So he's the one who makes the logos, right? And he was making 10 lakhs a month as a business. His 14-year-old daughter, after learning how to build AI agents, automated the processes in his business. And now, her dad is making 40 lakhs a month in a span of 3 months. The business could scale really quickly because of AI agents optimizing processes. So now, what does this 14-year-old girl do? Did she go and invest in the stock market? Or did she invest in her own education by upskilling herself on how to build these AI agents? So I think at an early age, it is less about where you want to put your money and more about where you want to put your free time, right? Everybody is working hard, no doubt about that. Everybody is doing, waking up at 8 in the morning and studying till 6 o'clock, 7 o'clock, whatever. But what are you doing with your free time? Right? Yes, it's important to go out, play sports, do that. But then after that, what are you doing in your room? Right? Are you watching Netflix, watching some YouTube videos? It's good to have a good balance, but but that is where the differentiator is. Right? That is that small window of time which differentiates you from the rest. Because everything else, everybody is doing the same. Waking up at 7, 8 in the morning, go to school, come back, go play some sports with your friends, watch a little TV, and in that 1 or 2 hours, just before bed, where most of us waste time, That is where the difference is. What are you doing in that time? Right? So I say in that time you learn things which you feel is the future, where there are less number of people and there is a lot of money to be made because there are problems to be solved. And if I can learn how to solve those problems with AI, I can be that person who can charge some money, point number one. Point number two is once you start making money, then you think about investing. What I mean by making money, if you can start saving at least 20,000, 30,000 rupees per month, then think about investing in other startups, other companies, not startups, other companies. And that is when you start learning about the financial markets, because to invest in a company, you need to know what that company does. And to know what that company does, you need to know what that industry looks like. And to know how that industry works, you know how the country is looking like. And to know how the country is going to work, you need to know how the world is working. So then you go into that journey, where you learn about the world and learn how to manage money and invest in other companies. So this is the two-step process I would follow at your age.
Thank you, sir.
In fact, many of the students here have been learning how to build their own AI agents from yesterday in workshops that have been conducted by the institution here. We have our next question.
Good morning, sir. I am Rudraksh from RU Continuum. My question is, what was your inspiration to start this financial literacy movement throughout India through the usage of internet?
Right. So my inspiration is not a very famous old man, which most of us have. My inspiration was a person who was my same age in a different country. So during the lockdown, I was 25 years old. And like most of us, I was watching a lot of YouTube videos, right? And I came across this YouTuber based out of UK who was a medical student and was creating videos on YouTube about productivity, time management, self-improvement. And I was in that mode that time. I'm like, okay, the answer that I just gave the previous student was after work. I was working from 8 a.m. to 8 p.m., 9 p.m. Just before sleeping, I wanted to upskill myself. I want to become a better version of myself. So YouTube algorithm understood that and was recommending those kind of videos to me. So I came across this person called Ali Abdal, right? He was also a 25-year-old medical student in the UK, and he had 1 million subscribers on YouTube. I was sitting there all the way halfway across the world in Mangalore, which is where I'm from, in my mom's house. And I was like, I'm also 25 years old, and I'm making 27,000 rupees per month. This guy is a doctor, and he made a video about how he made almost $1.5 million in that year. So I'm like, he's 25 years old, I'm 25 years old. He's a medical student. I am working a 9-to-5 job, which means he's more busy because medical students, you know how it is. And he is making $1 million, and I am making 27,000 per month. So I'm like, that was like the light bulb moment for me. Like, what is the difference between me and him, right? He was not coming from a very rich background. He started from scratch. He is the same age as me. He is more busier than me. And he is making more money than me in his free time than me. So that was my inspiration, right? So I was like, if that person can do it, can I at least try? Can I at least become 10% of what he has become? Because if I make 10% of him, I'm still a crorepati. So that is when that journey began, with zero knowledge in talking in front of a camera. In fact, one of the first YouTube videos I watched before I started creating content was how to talk to a camera. Because after going back, if you use your phone, put on the camera, you see how you will talk. It's not very good compared to how you talk in real life. It's a very different person because we're very conscious. So I had to build that skill of how to talk in front of a camera. I shot the camera and then I Googled how to edit a video. So step by step, I learned. I did it first. I'm like, okay, let me take one step. Second step, I will learn how to take the second step and then take the second step. What most people do, we're like, I want to first learn how to take those 10 steps and then I'll take the first step. Most people will never begin if they think like that. Because to learn how to take 10 steps, by the time you learn how to take the 5th step, you're like, yeah, this is so tough. I don't think this is for me, right? And that is where ignorance is bliss. And I keep saying this to a lot of people. Don't talk to a lot of people before you do something difficult. Because they, even though they are in your best interest, they will tell you that these are the challenges you will face, these are the problems you will face, and be ready for this. Now, if you were a robot, you will be like, fine, thank you for the advice. But as a human being, we get scared, obviously. We are like, oh, all this are there, oh my God. The 7 steps look so tough. I don't think I can do this. So you'll not even take that first step because you know that the 7th step and 8th step is so tough. So my advice is, forget about step 2 to 10. Just learn what that first step is and take it. Because once you take that first step, it becomes a momentum to learn about the second step and take the second step. I hope that answers your question.
Thank you, sir.
Okay. Good morning, sir. Akshit from Rio. So I had this one question. You know, like we ask many people like where to invest. For example, our parents say, "Oh, don't invest in stock market, invest in gold." And all the people in YouTube say, "Don't invest in gold, invest in stock market." Like as a financial advisor, what would you say? You should like many people say diversify your portfolio, right? Invest a little bit here, invest a little bit here. So what would you say as a financial advisor that where would you invest?
Awesome. So this is not something that I have invented. So this theory that I'm going to tell you is something that has won the Nobel Prize for economics. It's called the modern portfolio theory. You can Google this later. It's by this person called Harry Markowitz. So he discovered this. So what he discovered is that when you invest money in asset classes, when I mean asset class, it's a fancy word for an investment option, right? Stock market is an asset class, gold is an asset class, FD is an asset class, real estate, all these are asset classes. He said that when you invest in a mixture of these asset classes, you get a higher risk-adjusted return. Now, what is risk-adjusted return? Whenever people talk about returns, I made 20% returns, 30% returns, people don't talk about the risk that was taken, right? So risk-adjusted return is the ratio of the returns that you got divided by the risk that you took. Now, you might be like, how is risk calculated? Have you heard of volatility? The up and down moment. So there is a statistical measure for measuring volatility called standard deviation. So that is called risk. So that ratio of risk and ratio of returns and risk is what is the true metric that you need to follow for growing your money. Because if you have gotten 20% returns but took too much risk matlab, let's say you put in crypto and you got 20% returns. Actually, it was a bad investment. Do you know why? Right, so because crypto can drop by 50% also. Versus me, if I got 15% returns by investing in, let's say, gold, I was a better investor because gold will never drop by 50% in a single year. Crypto can. So I am a better investor than you, even though I made lesser returns. So that is where risk-adjusted returns comes into the picture. This is a simple example I just wanted to explain to you. Now it comes to where and all should I invest. So when you invest in multiple asset classes, so when you mix, let's say, equity and gold and fixed deposit, what it was observed is that the risk-adjusted return is much higher than investing only in equity or only in gold or only in FD. So the answer to your question finally, it's not about where to invest. It's about how much to invest in everything. I hope that answers your question.
Thank you so very much. So I think we're running a little short on time, so we have one final question for you before we wrap up, which is, I know for a fact that with 1% Club, you had Mr. Kamath invest in it.
Your question?
Yes.
Okay.
My question, and because we have something that happens here at SSVM, which is called the Studentpreneur.
Okay.
And so students here come up with business ideas. They actually make them viable. Then they pitch to a jury, and then Studentpreneur winners are selected.
I love that idea.
Yes,
Very nice, yeah.
It's incredible. So what advice would you give to these studentpreneurs if they were about taking their ideas and pitching and getting investment?
I think the objective should not be about getting an investment. The objective should be proving the business model.
Fair enough.
And how do you prove a business model? First, understand what is the unit economics of the business. A lot of people start a business because they think it's a cool idea, because they think it's a problem that is very cool to solve. So that's why a lot of people start a clothing business or they launch a sneaker business because it's very cool, people will buy it. But money is made in the boring businesses, which people don't want to get into, right? And even Nikhil Kamath says this. Now, for the advice that I have for the studentpreneurs is, whatever business you're thinking of starting or whatever business you want to build and show, first, the question starts with, what is the problem that you're trying to solve? Question number one. Second question is the problem big enough? Now, big is relative, right? Some problems is a problem faced by crores of people. Like, for example, food delivery was a problem faced by crores of people in India. Nobody wants to go to the restaurant, give the order, and pick it up, right? Nobody wants to do that. They want it to come to their house. Hence, Swiggy and Zomato was born and became billion-dollar businesses. But it could also be a problem which are faced by lakhs of people, which an investor might not be interested to invest in you, because it will never be a billion-dollar idea. But if you are solving problems for 1 lakh people, 2 lakh people, you will still become a millionaire, right? So you don't need an investor, necessarily need an investor, if you are solving a problem which doesn't solve problems for crores of people, but solves it for lakhs of people, right? So first question is, what is the problem you are trying to solve and how big is that problem? If the problem is less than 1,000, 10,000 people, don't get into that business, because that business problem is too small, you will not make a lot of money. So at least 1 lakh, 2 lakh people should be facing that problem. So then it becomes, okay, is it a problem that I want to solve in my city? Or then is it a problem that I solve in my country? The third thing is, what is the unit economics? Matlab, what I mean by that is, will you make profits in that business? Is that business viable? So let's say you identified a problem, but people are not willing to pay enough to solve that problem. Because, let's say, for example, you've identified a problem, and people are willing to pay 100 rupees to solve that problem. But if it costs you 90 rupees to solve that problem, you make 10 rupees profit. And that doesn't end over there, because then you have to pay rent, electricity, salaries, and all of that. So then you go into loss. So then the question is, what is the unit economics of the business? How do you do this? You write down, okay, what is the money that people are willing to pay, multiplied by the market size, meaning how many people are willing to buy my product in a given month or in a given year. Subtract what is the cost of doing that business, what is the cost I'll spend on marketing, what is the cost I will spend on salaries, what is the cost I'll pay on rent. So you do that analysis first and see if there is enough margins in the business or profitability in the business. A minimum profitability should be at least 15 to 20% after doing all of that subtraction. If this much is clear, one half of the job is done. That this is a viable business model for a large number of people. The second step is learning how to manage cash in your bank. Not about investing, managing cash in your bank. What do I mean by that? Let's say, for example, you launched a business, and then you sent an invoice to a client to solve this problem. They delay the payments. They take 1 month, 2 months to make the payment. Then you have to pay the salaries. Salaries you can't delay. Every month you have to pay. So then if there is no money in the bank, you will run out of business. So that's the second big problem which entrepreneurs face, that they run out of cash, right? So don't run out of cash. Learn how to manage money, manage expectations between your employees, between your clients, between your customers, between marketing costs. You need to learn to manage that whole thing. It's tough. It's not easy. That's why very few people, less than 10% of businesses succeed. 90% of businesses get shut in the first 3 years. This is the reason, because it's so tough. But don't let me scare you, because a lot of people scared me before I did this, and this is the same thing that they told me. But that didn't stop me from doing it, because I believed that I am better than 90% of the people and I can do it. Because I believe that even if a bad day comes, I will figure it out, because I believed in my skill set. Right? That is the belief you need to have. So you have to do this for 3 years, learn how to make profits, scale the business. Then you go and talk to an investor. Now, investors, there are 2 types of investors, coming to your question. One is an investor like the Shark Tank investors that you see. Another investor is a normal investor. It doesn't need to be like a very fancy billionaire kind of an investor. It can be a normal entrepreneur in your hometown who really likes your story. And they will say, you know what, I will put 10 lakhs in your business. I'll put 50 lakhs in your business. And I will help you also. Because, the best feeling for a successful entrepreneur is to help young entrepreneurs. Not to make money necessarily, but to help the younger entrepreneurs to succeed. And they will take a stake in your business. They might take 10%, 20% stake in your business. They will tell you what the mistakes that you should avoid doing. And they'll give you some money as well. Which is also good. You don't necessarily have to go to Shark Tank and raise money. Because in every city, there are a lot of successful entrepreneurs, which not a lot of people have heard of. You find who they are because you are in that city. Go to them, tell what you've done in the last 2 years. Sir, I've built all of these things. I have so many customers I have. Every year I'm making 10 lakhs profit, 20 lakhs profit. You see how these entrepreneurs will react. They will love it and they will invest in you. So this is what I would follow. So just to summarize, step 1, what is the problem you want to solve? Is that problem big enough? Step 2, what is the unit economics of the business? Does this business actually make profit when you scale? And step 3, once you have demonstrated 2 to 3 years of profitability and cash flows, talk to the the successful entrepreneurs in your city, pitch to them, and then see if they are interested to put money over there.
Thank you, Sharan.
This is the
Thank
three-step
you.
process.
This is Coimbatore. Let's be reasonable. You can walk into any coffee shop, any stranger, and I can guarantee you they're going to be a business person. And maybe that can be a pitch for your business, for all of the studentpreneurs. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, Sharan Hegde right here. May I please welcome the management to join us on stage. Sharan, this has been an absolute pleasure. Thank you so very much. What a wonderful masterclass of a session we've had here this morning. I know you had more questions. I apologize if we didn't have the time to take all of your questions. Welcome, sir. Welcome, ma'am. Thank you so very much for joining us here. Thank you, sir. Thank you, ma'am. I'm going to invite you to please be seated once again. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, it's now time for something truly exciting. We're going to clear the stage so we can set up for what is to come next. But what is coming up on stage next? May I please welcome back my human co-host, Rajiv.
Yeah. I know why you called me, because the Panditji didn't perform, right?
No. I just missed you.
He was too nice to you. He was very nice to you. I didn't know AI can lie like that. He said so many wonderful things about you.
Hey, I don't think it's lies.
Okay, let's see whether humans are better or AI is better. Let's do one thing. Let's ask her a very easy question. Say a few nice things about me.
That's not an easy question.
Is it not
Okay,
easy?
okay. We will say nice things about him. He's tall.
Well, that's just in my genes, yeah.
He's alive. He's talking. He's walking.
So basically, I'm just a better version of the robot. Are you saying that?
I'm saying you're a functional version of that robot.
So what is coming up next? I'll tell you what. Can I tell you what's happening next?
Yes, please. I'm all ears.
Okay, let's fill in the blanks together. You know, we always hear, at least I wish I had Sharan as a friend of mine. He left. If I had a friend like him, I'd be a lot more richer. And I could have come here for free, ma'am. Okay.
I promise you all she heard was, I will come here for free. I don't think she heard the first part.
I think she just heard the free part. Call him every day for free. Okay. Let's play a little game, okay? They say, life is all about the money. But I'll tell you what, for all of us, life is a lot more. So let's fill in the blanks together. Life is dash. Fill in the blanks. We'll start with you, Sahitya. Life is about good makeup.
No.
Okay.
Some of us have a little bit more depth than that.
Like?
Life is all about challenges.
Life is all about challenges. Okay, like hosting with you is a real difficult challenge.
I understand. It's always a challenge hosting with someone good. You have
Very
to up your
intelligent.
game.
Okay, what about y'all? What is life, ma'am? Fill in the blanks. Life is SSVM. That's all.
Life
okay.
is SSVM.
Life is, come on, quickly. Y'all are very young. You've seen a bit of life. Little less than I have.
What about you, ma'am? Life is?
You're getting into lovely philosophy, ma'am. You can sing a song about life also. All right, students, life is. Quickly, you have not heard life is a stage, life is a game. Yeah.
I heard life is school.
You just want good marks from your teacher. Life is cool.
I also heard someone say life is cricket. Sports.
Life is like a game. Life is a sport.
Yes.
Okay. Ma'am, you're smiling at me. I think you can give me the answer. Or at least your phone number. Life is about me and you. No. What is life?
Wow, wow, wow. I love the things Rajiv hears when people speak to him. I'm just going to say, students, only the boys talk to Rajiv now.
Okay, I'll tell you what I think life is, or what we can take forward with what life is. Life is a canvas. You are the artist, so let's create a masterpiece. Do you agree with that? No, it's not mine, it's copied. It's from AI. Maybe you'll take that a bit more seriously. Okay, so what we have now, Sahitya, is someone who's a world-renowned speed painter.
Wow, speed painter.
That's where there's skill, there's storytelling, and there's a lot of art. That's where there's probably creativity meets communication, where passion meets performance.
Is this something like me watching an artist on YouTube on 2x? Is it like that?
It's probably 5x.
5x. That's incredible.
Now, would you like to see this piece of art? Because what he's going to give you is a piece or masterpiece that we cannot forget. Welcome to the masterpiece at SSVM. It's not me, it's coming up. Wait. Come on, Sahitya, give them the stage.
is to fly over the rainbow so high. My dream is to fly over the rainbow so high. My dream is to fly over the rainbow so high. My dream is to fly over the rainbow so high. dream is to fly over that rainbow so high. My dream is to fly over that rainbow so high. My dream is to fly over that rainbow so high. My dream is to fly over that rainbow so high. So high, 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 so high.
Yeah, you can be the greatest, you can be the best, you can be the King Kong banging on your chest.
You can beat the world, you can beat the war, you can talk to God, go banging on his door.
You can throw your hands up, you can beat the clock, you can move a mountain, you can break rocks.
You can be a master, don't wait for luck. Dedicate yourself and you gon' find yourself
Standing in the Hall of Fame.
Yeah.
And the world's gonna know your name.
Yeah.
Cause you burn with the brightest flame.
Yeah.
And the world's gonna know your name.
Yeah.
And you'll be on the walls of the Hall of Fame. You can go the distance, you can run the mile, you can walk straight through hell with a smile.
You could be the hero, you can get the gold. Breaking all the records they thought never could be broke.
Yeah, do it for your people, do it for your pride. And you're never gonna know if you never even try.
Do it for your country, do it for your name.
Cause there's gonna be a day when you're standing in the Hall of Fame.
Yeah.
And the world's gonna know your name.
Yeah.
Cause you burn with the brightest flame.
Yeah.
And the world's gonna know your name.
Yeah.
And you'll be on the walls of the Hall of Fame.
Be a champion. Be a champion. Be a champion. Be a champion.
The walls of the Hall of Fame. Be students, be teachers, be politicians, be preachers. Yeah. Be believers, be leaders, be astronauts, be champions, be truth seekers. Be students, be teachers, be politicians, be preachers. Yeah. Be believers, be leaders, be astronauts, be champions. Standing in the Hall of Fame.
Yeah.
And the world's gonna know your name.
Yeah.
Cause you burn with the brightest flame. And the world's gonna know your name. And you'll be on the walls of the Hall of Fame.
You can be the greatest, you can be the best, you can be the King Kong banging on your chest. You can be a girl, you can be the world. You can talk to God, go banging on his door.
You can throw your hands up, you can beat the clock, you can move a mountain, you can break rocks.
You can be a master, don't wait for luck. Dedicate yourself and you can find yourself
Standing in the Hall of Fame.
Wow, wow, wow. Round of applause for my student, please. I really feel so proud. You know, I just think the hair, are you okay with the hair, ma'am? I think you have even more beautiful hair. Well done. On a serious note, what an amazing masterpiece in a few seconds. This was magic at its very, very best. And that's why I think, so when we speak about painting, AI, all of that, I realize that this man is a lot more than AI because it's P-A-I-N-T-I-N-G. And this was much, much better.
Thank you.
You're a good student.
Yeah, thank you for teaching me all this.
Look
Skills.
at that. Sir, record this. My life was made with this one. Okay, so Vilas, first of all, who wants to become a painter these days? You know, it's crazy that, first show me your hand. Oh, it's very dirty, but I would love to hold the speed in it. This man definitely has magic in the hands. Why did you and painting get along? Why did you start?
Thank you, first of all, and it was an honor to create ma'am's portrait. Ma'am, this one is for you.
And also, sir will cherish it.
Yes, sir.
You better cherish it, sir.
Of course, of course. So yeah, why I wanted to be an artist? Well, because I think I truly believe that each and every individual is special. I mean, I couldn't be a Sachin Tendulkar. I wanted to be a cricketer, but I realized that I couldn't become a cricketer. My talent, my aptitude, my interest, everything was centered around one thing, which was painting. So I started sketching when I was 3-year-old, and I'm a self-taught artist, so which means I haven't gone to any art school. And it's been like a close to 38 years of practice that you see on the canvas now. I think that is one very important thing, because at this age of AI and especially the social media where everything is way too instant, we want success also instant, but do remember that it took me at least 38 years to come to this stage. So yeah, have that patience.
Fantastic. It took you 38 years, but maybe for AI it would take 30 seconds to create a piece of art. That's where it is going.
Yeah.
I'll tell you what, so you might not be a Sachin Tendulkar, but Sachin Tendulkar cannot be a Vilas as well.
Absolutely, yes.
So, tell me one thing, sir. Initially, when did you realize that this is what you want to do as a profession? Because as school students or as young kids, we have a passion, we have an interest, and then we have a profession and we have a career. So how do you decide that this is what I want to do for the rest of my life?
Yeah, that's a very interesting question. I decided I wanted to be an artist when I was a kid, but then just to tell you my story in briefly, I come from a very modest, economically not so well-off family, so which also meant that, I had to work and earn some livelihood to take care of my family. So unfortunately, I was also a rank holder in academics. I was a rank holder for Mangalore, then Mysore University.
Clearly, I'm not his teacher. Let's get that fact now. Yeah, very good.
Yeah, so I decided it is a very wise decision actually to first, to go and earn some livelihood. So I came to Bangalore, I worked as an HR for IBM and a couple of companies. After working for about 6 years, there was still something missing in me. We all talk about money, fame and everything, but after all that, there will be something missing in all of us if we decide to sit and do some introspection. I did that, and I felt that, my childhood dream of becoming an artist was still unfulfilled, though I was working for a good company, earning good money and all that stuff. So in 2009, I took that risk. I was part of India's Got Talent and few other reality shows where I started doing these kind of artworks, and I quit my job. So now it has been 15 years that I made that shift to follow my passion. I think my passion has given me more than anything that I could have ever asked for, including money. So people who actually think, oh my God, if you are an artist or if you are any other profession which is not so fancy, you can't. No, you can. Any field that you are really good at, I think the world is the sky is the limit. Yeah.
Fantastic. As an MC, I don't vouch for that. Maybe as a painter, you can earn a lot of money. But, tell me, when did painting become speed painting? Because we know Picasso. You'll know these great painters, Picasso, Michelangelo, M.F. Hussain, India's. They used to create masterpieces over years, decades. They used to go into a, complete seldom, go into a quadrant, do it by themselves and come back to the world and say, this is what I did. Why did you get into speed painting? What's the rush?
What's the rush? Very good. So I realized I could paint fast when I was in school itself. Like we all do this different, like let's say Ganesha Utsava, which we just had a week back. So it was exactly on the Ganesha Utsava day in my school days, the judges came late, my teachers, right? So they said, okay, we are all late. Kids, you all get only 5 to 10 minutes to do this Ganesha. And I was the only kid who could do the sketch without using eraser or whatever. So that made me think, okay, I'm actually good at painting fast. But in college, I did my first ever speed painting. I was an extremely introvert kid, which means that, I wouldn't even go on stage to receive an award. But someone like me to actually make that shift from being an introvert kid to actually now performing for so many people all over the world, I think, yeah, that's quite a transformation. But why speed? I believe that people go to art galleries to see the end product, right? How many of us now actually go to art galleries? Very, very few. So I wanted to take the art directly to the people and give you an experience of artist at work.
Fantastic.
Now you get to see an artist at work as the painting is happening right in front of your eyes.
And is this your finest masterpiece? For sir, it
is. Yes.
He's not taking his eyes off this painting.
Absolutely. No, it was.
Which is your best? Tell me your best masterpiece, your favorite painting.
Favorite?
Yeah.
Yeah, I think a couple of favorite paintings. One, the Gabbar Singh that I did on India's Got Talent, and then the Joker painting that I did on Asia's Got Talent, which actually went viral all over the world. This time limit was very, very short. Here, what I do is, I think I take about 6 to 7 minutes when I perform live like this, because there is no hurry, as you said, right? Why rush? But when you're on a television show, there is rush. They will not give you more than 2.5 to 3 minutes of time all over the world. I did Spain's Got Talent 2 months ago. Same thing. They say, we can't give you more than 3 minutes of time. So which means you have to practice so many times to be able to finish the painting in a matter of under 3 minutes. So the Joker painting was just 2.3 minutes of time. Yeah.
Wow, fantastic. Finally, Vilas, there are so many youngsters here who have their own passion.
Yeah.
They find joy, they find interest, they find their talent in something else. What is your advice to them to tell them that do your studies, but follow your passion? That will never die. What is your advice to them?
Yeah, I think it is about the mindset, right? The mindset that, okay, whatever I do in my life, I want to do it at the best of my capabilities. I used to sit in my father had a very small shop. When I was a kid, I would go every day to work in the shop. Initially, the customers who would come say that, no, we don't want to deal with this small boy. But then it came to a stage when they liked me better than my father. So for me, it is not just about painting or studies. It's about have a mindset that whatever you do in your life, whether it is doing household chores also, whatever, keeping your room clean in your own house, do it in the best way possible. That mindset will take you to the next level as you go forward in life.
Fantastic. I must tell you, Vilas, I did not know of you until this event. But now you are someone I can never ever forget. Would you agree with me on that one? Absolutely brilliant. And from, Guru Dakshina, we always give that to the teachers. So
Yeah.
he's going to do a painting of me.
Yeah.
You want to see that? Do you really want to see that? Or give me, when I saw his footwear, show them your footwear.
Yeah, this is my shoes.
This is purposely done or it became
No,
that?
okay, yeah, I hand painted these shoes. And of course, when I paint, there will be extra paint falling on the shoes, dress everywhere. Yeah, it
I asked
happens.
him, where can I buy this? He said, you'll have to paint. I said, 38 years, I can't paint. I'm not going to do that. Okay, so I'll tell you what. This one was brilliant, but it's not enough. Do you want one more?
Yeah, one more painting?
Not loud enough. Okay, student, do you want one more? You know what? Give it to them.
All right, so the next painting is specifically for each and every student present here, okay? Yeah, you guys are keen to see what I'm going to paint next? Yeah, we'll change the canvas and go for the... okay, one request for the lightings team. Let the lightings be the way it is right now, not the spotlight. I like this better. Thank you.
Hi.
कुछ पाने की हो आस आस, कोई अरमा हो जो खास खास आशाएं, हर कोशिश में हो बार बार, करे दरियाओं को आर पार आशाएं, तूफानों को चीर के मंजिलों को छीन ले, आशाएं खिले दिल की, उम्मीदें हंसे दिल की, अब मुश्किल नहीं कुछ भी, नहीं कुछ भी, आशाएं खिले दिल की, उम्मीदें हंसे दिल की, अब मुश्किल नहीं कुछ भी, नहीं कुछ भी। अपने संग तुझको वहाँ जन्नत से मुलाकात हो, पूरी हो तेरी हर दुआ, आशाएं खिले दिल की, उम्मीदें हंसे दिल की, अब मुश्किल नहीं कुछ भी, नहीं कुछ भी, आशाएं खिले दिल की, उम्मीदें हंसे दिल की, अब मुश्किल कुछ भी। गुजरे ऐसी हर रात रात, हो ख्वाहिशों से बात बात, आशाएं लेकर सूरज से आग आग, गाए जा अपना राग राग, आशाएं कुछ ऐसा करके दिखा, खुद खुश हो जाए खुदा, आशाएं खिले दिल की, उम्मीदें हंसे दिल की, अब मुश्किल नहीं कुछ भी, नहीं कुछ भी, आशाएं खिले दिल की, उम्मीदें हंसे दिल की, अब मुश्किल नहीं कुछ भी, नहीं कुछ भी।
Vilas, this is Absolutely incredible as always. SSVM, what do we think? How do we like this painting? Incredible as always. Just give me 1 second. I'm sure we'll get a mic out to you. But in the meanwhile, may I please invite the management to join us up here on stage? Can we also have the previous painting of ma'am brought back outside? Is that possible, Vilas?
Bring one more.
Rajiv, here I thought you were waiting for ma'am's painting inside.
Round of applause, please. Please bring out Sir's favorite masterpiece. Yes, it's coming.
Here it is.
Ma'am, we've been discussing a lot of AI avatars, but we want one picture of you right next to your...
Sir, who looks better? This or that?
Okay, one I will come here. Yeah.
Vilas, she's a bit upset.
Oh, yeah.
She's like, 3 would be a great number. He can paint you immediately.
Yeah, so once again, it was amazing creating the both the paintings, one for ma'am. I think the ma'am painting was more difficult. Yeah, it's always tough to create.
Yeah, people say that about her.
Yeah,
They do.
yeah.
She's a very difficult lady, you don't know.
It was tough, but I'm glad she liked it. And the second painting, I dedicate this to, as I said, to each and every student of the SSVM institutions. I'm sure. I mean, I have to say this. I'm doing shows for the last 15 years all over India and world, but at an education institute, getting so many amazing speakers and doing this kind of event year on year, I think, I just imagine what kind of exposure all of you are actually getting here at this institute. So all of you have to be very thankful to ma'am and to the institute. And here, I'm sure you can see this is the institute, right? The main entrance facade of the building. And then here is a boy and a girl representing each and every one of you, lifting our India's flag higher. Thank you, and thank you once again, ma'am. Thank you.
Thank you very much, because actually, when he started doing the painting, I was saying to Srisha, I think an outline of me hereafter everybody will start doing. It was amazing, and I didn't expect such a perfection, because that's what I have to do. And again, as I was discussing, I spoke to my senior CEO stating that hereafter in our school, we are going to have speed painting.
Ah.
Yeah, so this is such an inspiration where students, now they would have put themselves in your place and they would have imagined how I can also do it. Here comes a competition for you all. The next episode for the month November is speed competition. So children start practicing. It's not me. Let me say, you are not going to paint me. There'll be some nice things that you can do it. Thank you very much.
Vilas, maybe we can have you back to be a guest lecturer at some point to share your tips, tricks, and techniques.
Thank you.
Thank you so very much. Can I invite you all to just step together for a group photograph? Rajiv, can I have you step next to me, please?
Step aside, you mean? Huh? How many of you all are inspired to try speed painting? Just inspired at least. Can I raise my hands as well? Thank you for the opportunity, ma'am. I will come back in November. I think I can participate. I don't think I will be the guru for these students for sure. Okay, put your hands down. It's okay.
Incredible.
It's only in November.
Talk about being inspired by talent on stage. And Rajiv, I can't wait to see what you paint in November.
I can't wait to see it myself.
Do we want to see it?
Vilas will leave. He will retire.
He's already leaving. He's leaving.
Round of applause for Vilas. What an amazing
Thank
few
you,
moments.
Thank you, Ms. Srisha.
Thank you.
And now I think we're getting the stage set up
For
for
something
what promises
very inspiring.
to be. Yes.
Women power at its forte, you'll find out why. But tell me one thing, do you actually use AI? What
do.
is your personal connect with AI?
I use AI to animate my children's drawings. So
Your kids are already very animated, actually.
they're my children. Of course, they're going to be animated, but they're 4 years old, and I turn their doodles into little animations. So now my daughter says she wants to make movies and stories for other children to watch. I also use AI to document my mother's recipes. I've got a few lines of my grandmother's voice from some recording we did a long time ago. So I'm trying to see if I can get AI to maybe have a message for my father on his birthday. We can try and use AI however we want.
Fantastic. What about y'all? How many of y'all use AI very frequently?
Can
Raise
we
your
have
hand.
some audience lights so we can actually see them when they raise their hands?
As much as I'm trying to be on stage, I must tell you I'm very tech averse. I'm not someone who understands technology or
Okay,
AI.
many of you use AI. Wonderful. So let's start with the simple one. How many of you who use AI use ChatGPT? Now,
I've
if
never
you-
tried ChatGPT, just for the record.
You're yet to try it?
Just naturally, I'm brilliant, yeah. So I don't need
That's
it.
true. I mean, if you talk this much without research, imagine how much you're going to talk with research. Hi. Okay, put your hands down. For those of you who use AI apart from ChatGPT, show of hands. Wonderful. So now shout out, what else do you use?
This is like a noisy
No.
classroom, one by one.
Well,
Should I go there, or can we have a
Can
mic
we do
there?
that? Can we actually have some house lights, and why don't we go down and figure this out better?
I'll go down, you stay up.
Okay. He's going to come to you with a mic, and then we want to hear what your responses are.
Okay, first talk about me. Just say how good I was. Come on, quickly. Say that loudly.
You look nice.
This is not AI, this is reality. Okay, now, what about you and AI? Tell me, what are the softwares you use and why do you use it?
Gemini. I use it for making speeches.
Okay.
I love this. Rajiv, I like how you call it softwares.
What is it actually?
Apps and
Tools.
interfaces
Okay.
and tools.
You understand why I may lose my job next time, okay? What about you?
Meta AI for homework, I guess.
So you don't do the homework?
Sometimes.
Oh, I wish I had it in my days. Okay, what about y'all in between? Raise your hands. Yeah. Let's pass the mic, please.
In video AI, I will be generating AI videos for some of my project or presentations.
That's wonderful. I think we saw a video yesterday for the theme AV.
I use Copilot because that makes more, innovative ideas more than others, I think. Yes.
What about the teachers? What about y'all?
Perplexity.
What does that do?
It's similar to ChatGPT, but better than ChatGPT.
I heard that as complexity.
Perplexity.
Okay.
That is what you feel when you hear about AI, perplexed.
What about y'all? Do y'all use ChatGPT? Do you use AI? Sir, you're nodding your head. Tell me.
Yeah, I use ChatGPT and most of the time I use NI.
What's that?
Natural intelligence.
That's what we have in common, sir.
On that note, Rajiv,
Yes.
can I have you join me up on stage, please? I think we're ready for our next session. You know, I heard him say NI, and I thought it was like napkin AI, or it was another interface of that sort, but natural intelligence. And speaking of natural intelligence, I'd like to welcome to the stage two bright young women who will be introducing a very, very fascinating panel coming up next. Please put your hands together. Join me in welcoming to the stage Samprita from School of Excellence and Dia from SSVM Kids Casa.
Can we have a ladder, please? I'll tell you why. Where are they?
Samprita and Dia, inviting you to please join us out here, center stage. Our next panel is going to be very interesting because we're going to bring to this stage two ladies you're all quite familiar with. But what we're hoping to do is Put them on the hot seat. Not the hot seat, the hot seat. Ask them some tough questions. And we're also going to open it for some Q&A. That was not part of the plan. But if you have some tough questions for them, feel free to ask them.
Please, nobody can see you. Come.
A sparkling welcome.
It's okay, I'll hold it for you.
A sparkling welcome to this incredible gathering. First, a big thank you to our wonderful anchor for that warm intro. I almost feel like I should make a grand Bollywood-style entrance right now. Every so often, you meet someone who doesn't just enter a room. They change its entire vibe. A visionary with a horizon-wide view, unshakable determination, and a heart devoted to shaping a brighter tomorrow. She blends creativity with precision, tradition with fresh ideas, and pairs sharp intellect with genuine compassion, all while championing her favorite cause, sustainability. Thanks to her, the RU campuses now shine across not one, not two, but 3 remarkable institutions. An innovator, a cultural trendsetter, a dream builder, and a living proof of beauty with brains. Ladies and gentlemen, please give it up for the co-founder of RU, Director of Education, SSVM Institutions, Ms. Shrisha Mohandas.
Whoa. You were amazing.
Thank you.
Very good.
Rajiv, she might be half your size, but she's got you beat.
Double
in
the
terms
talent
of
for
voice.
sure. My back went with this one. Yeah.
Namaste everyone. She's the heart, the soul, and let's be honest, the Wi-Fi signal of SSVM. Because without her, we would all be buffering. What does it take to be a visionary, a change maker, and an inspiration all at once? The answer is right here with us today. Dr. Manimeklai Mohan, the dynamic founder of SSVM Institutions. She turns ideas into milestones and believes in shaping not only brilliant minds but also happy hearts. With her vision, energy, and passion, she has transformed education into a joyful journey. Truly, she's a ray of sunshine who leaves her mark wherever she goes. Ladies and gentlemen, please join me with a thundering applause in welcoming our guiding star, the one and only Dr. Manimeklai Mohan. We welcome you, ma'am.
Can we also give these 2 girls a big round of applause, please? Out of all the introductions, these 2 are the toughest ones, and they did a wonderful job.
They had no script, they had no reference.
Nothing.
Namaste, ma'am. You never tell me that. You never say beautifully, Nano Panna. You never say that. Okay, thank you.
Thank you,
Yes.
girls. Thank you so very much.
Sit down, ma'am. Sit down. I actually want Nitin for moral support. I understand what you feel every day now. The pressure is a lot. Well, of course, the conversation's about humanity, AI, and education, of course. But before we start off, Satya, I want to actually understand, is there any need of AI when we have such 2 wonderfully powerful women? We don't need them.
I mean, isn't it reasonable to let the women take a break sometimes? Maybe have the machines take over? But all jokes aside, I think what he wants to ask you is...
No, both of you, first of all, I have to ask. You all have come with what mindset?
Well, Nitin gave us a very strict order. He said, please make sure that you create some tension between the two. I said, Nitin, if you insist,
Srisha,
we will do it.
do you think that will happen?
Nitin has been trying for a long time, he said, but it's not happening.
I don't think we can save ourselves from it.
Okay. Listen, let's be reasonable. You're the one on the stage making jokes about wifey problems.
That's
He's
reality,
sitting right
actually.
there supporting his wife the entire day. So if anyone's getting them in trouble, it's you and me and not him. But I think the first question we want to ask the two of you. You somehow seem to function through a day with 24 hours with the energy of a robot.
Okay.
How do you do as much as you do and still be motivated to do more the next day?
Do you want her to go first?
I love how you're already saying, do you want her to go first? Do you want her to go first?
Well, I can take it as
Okay.
well. I think first thing is, you need to have this purpose in life where, you have this moment and you know that when you wake up in the morning, you do your work with all the love and the heart and the passion. And that automatically gives you the energy for the day. And that's something I've also been inspired by looking at her. And I think that's a great quality to, take in. And I think that's the only way we get energy and interacting with children, being in the space with children, that in itself gives us the energy and the charge that we need for the day, I think.
Ma'am, what about you? Where do you find that spark?
When you ask my energy, is my husband first.
Srisha, you could have chosen the same answer, Srisha. Do you want to add?
Okay. The thing is,
Suddenly,
like
sir got energy. He came front. He's like, yeah, it's about me. Wait.
Okay, how I have to
I
say
know the
is-
insides.
See? Because, see, even if I want to get up today, okay, it's a holiday. I want to get up by 6. He is there by 4. His routine starts by 4, even it's a working day or it's a holiday. And even on a holiday, when I think, okay, I have to go to bed by 8:30, his day ends only by 10, 10:30 or 11, even on a holiday. So whenever I see him, I keep motivating myself. It's the books what he read. And at the same time, every time when he communicates to a student and how he puts it in a very positive way, even if that situation would have been a tension-giving situation, but he'll put it in a very subtle way that things have gone very fine. So I learn a lot from him because I know my team who is with me for past 28 years, they have seen a big transformation in me. So the energy giver is always with me, and at the same time, that energy takes me on a move, so where I'm able to give the best. And at the same time, one thing he has understood about me is, this lady, you can't make her sit even 1 minute. If I make her sit simply idle for 1 minute, it's going to cause tension for many.
For him, especially.
It's for
Mainly
many.
for him.
Ma'am, we understood that. You even sped up the painting process also.
Okay, that's what. So even if I think, okay, my project is going on fine and I'm fine, my team is working fine, he says, okay, there's one more on the pipeline. So this is how my energy has been taken care by him.
So this round of applause is not for you, but it's for sir, actually,
and
right?
at the same time, I have to say my team of teachers, the students, the employees who are inside, they say that you are an inspiration for me or for us to work round the clock. But whenever I think of them, they are my inspiration.
Fantastic.
So that's how our day is so energetic.
Nitin, you have big shoes to fill, man.
I also love how sir is like, she said one nice thing about me, let me take my leave before she talks more about me.
No, because she says it only on SSVM Transforming India Conclave. Balance 364 days, I don't think it's coming. But you know, ma'am, as young, once upon a time, young children, when we went to school today, when people ask us about school, we don't remember the classroom. We don't remember the subject. We say that, you know, that teacher left a great inspiration, was a great mark in my life, taught me so much besides the subject. Do you fear with this inclusion of AI and sheer dominance of AI, the equation, which is like a mother and a child, a guru and a shishya, that's the equation we always had. Is that in danger? Is that a red light that may go the way it's going?
I don't think so. Because I will always say AI can be a tool of support. Still, the human, that is the teacher's connect, cannot be replaced. Because whenever a teacher would have climbed the stage, you would have seen the loud noise and the claps and the way the children started loving the feel of that teacher. Okay, it's my teacher who's getting this award. That cannot be. If a robot comes, okay, this is already a machine. The machine does what we generate into it. So I don't think that cannot replace. Maybe later, but not now.
Okay, later, but not now. And Srisha, I want to come to you. Let's talk about the future of education, maybe 5 years, 10 years, 15 years down the line. Do you think RU is going to continue to be the school the way it is, or do you think it's going to become a place where children come to practice social skills and they get their education somewhere else?
Well, I honestly think at this point in itself, we've tried to become innovative, make spaces that encourage collaboration within children, build social skills, communicate, know how to partner with each other. And these are human skills that you need to have in life, regardless of age and time and generation that we're, in the era that you're living in. So I would say even 10, 20 years down the line, we would continue doing hands-on learning, and probably the content being delivered in the learning spaces would definitely probably be assisted with an AI, definitely an AI tool. But the way we take in that information, the way we interact with it, the way we have discussions within our spaces, network, communicate, and see how you can critically engage with that information you have. Question what more possibilities can be there. Research and find out, be curious on how in depth can you go with that information you have, is something that can be built only through practice, through communication. So that one being communication, the other being practical real life skills. Whether it is knowing to stitch your buttons, or knowing to, let's say, know how to relax with, probably journaling, painting, engage in pottery. These are aspects that you, definitely would need human interaction and know how to, connect with nature and your life, and that's something that will continue.
Fantastic. It's a blend between the human interaction and the technology inclusion of all of this. This year's theme, ma'am, is humanity and AI. Very different. These two words normally don't come in together. So AI, I know, is the future, is the present and the future. Why humanity? Is that extinct? Is that lost? Is that missing? So how did you come up with the theme, and what is it actually referring to, humanity and AI and the combination of both?
So last year, when we had to wind up sustainability and resilience, so we had to think, okay, what is the next thing that we can go with? The hottest part now everywhere people say is AI. Okay, so let's think about this topic of humanity and AI. Because I always believe you cannot be replaced by a machine. Maybe today a grinder, a washing machine, maybe a floor cleaner, but not your knowledge. So that's when we wanted to create that awareness, because every parent who approaches us, they say that today children are more tech savvy. We do not know whether they are on the right track or on the wrong track, and how are we supposed to guide them? So now I think if they are really watching this 3 days Transforming India conclave, and at the same time the students who are here, they really understand, because even a few minutes before when Charan was here, he beautifully told how you have to utilize your free time. It's not utilizing your free time with video games, with upskilling yourself, how you can develop yourself in different areas. So this is a live example somebody can talk and can give, not sit with the mission and talk to the mission and ask, this is my problem, how can you help? So there is no connect or feel. And at the same time, I can beautifully say, we had a video running, the artificially generated video about the storyboard of SSVM. Last year, the same reality when it went on, every child had that wow, and the noise that was created in the auditorium was a different level. But today, the same, when the same, it had to go through an AI model, children just watched.
There's a difference in the reaction.
So that is the reason why we had to think about this human and AI. I can very clearly say, human cannot be replaced by an AI. It's an awareness that we wanted to give, not only for the students of SSVM, but also to the world.
Fantastic. Round of applause.
So, Srisha, I want to come to you because there have been a lot of workshops from yesterday, today, and tomorrow as well about ways in which they can use AI positively, build something, construct something to contribute to society. But AI comes with its own set of perils. So do you have a message for the students as to how they should approach AI?
Well, what I would like to say is, when we use AI, for example, there are a lot of algorithms that we have. I would like each one of us to remember to not be trapped by a bubble, and that when we are interacting, when the algorithms know exactly what we want to interact, or how we interact, we shouldn't be exposed to only limited information around us. And it's important for us to expand our horizons. So always stay with the benefit of doubt that everything that you see may not be true. And that you need to always see and understand, have a benefit of doubt whether the information I'm going through is right. It could be, a misinformed, article or a blog that you're getting in, or just random communication that's going in there. So try and introspect, reflect in how you feel while interacting with an AI platform. But again, the plethora of possibilities that you have, the beauty that you have in co-creating something, and that's why we are here today. When you co-create, know your own abilities and know what a machine can do, and collaborate. Things get faster. You are probably going to create something even more beautiful, and what you imagine may come into place. And so that's something we need to have in mind to be able to co-create. And just a couple of days back, a couple of weeks back, in fact, I met someone who brought an AI virtual reality game that can be played in classrooms, right? Okay. And I know that the current generation of students definitely love gaming. They're talking about Roblox and so many other, gaming platforms.
Are you going to have
even
gaming
hear
at
about.
SSVM?
Yes, and you wouldn't have even heard of, right? And there is a generation gap between the 8th graders and the 12th graders.
In 4 years, there's a generation gap?
Yes. So there is instantly things are changing, definitely. But it was very interesting to see how this particular platform was very ethically brought in, where they let us play through the entire, the gaming platform makes us live a life, a complete virtual reality life, and imagine how many different ways you could have lived your life with different circumstances and choices you make in your life.
So they'll be gaming soon.
Yes, and the thing is, you can choose to be, a person who's probably very rich and has so many resources in your life, and what would you do with it? Plus, you could be someone who's really in poverty in a different part of the world, a developing country, and see what you can do there as well. So different possibilities, and you learn geographically what are, what is there in our world, and the facts and finances, the economy of each country, and the politics of the country, and in a very beautiful and interesting way. So if there is such possibility that you can have learning very interesting, and you can co-create and imagine and make things so much more beautiful, we should make it, make the best use of it in a meaningful way.
Definitely, and
Absolutely,
we talk about,
wonderfully explained.
We talk about putting ourselves in someone else's shoes, and a game like that literally gives you that option where you can understand your privilege, you can understand someone else's challenges. I think it can also give you a lot more empathy, and more often than not, we say AI and empathy are not connected, but sometimes virtual reality can offer you that. But looking at the time, Rajiv, do you want to switch things up? Do you want to put them on the hot seat, ask them some fun questions?
We can definitely ask them some fun questions, and we'll start with you. Like you said, put someone in someone else's shoes. So I'll tell you what, Madam Srisha, if you were in ma'am's shoe, what's the one thing you would not have done that she's done? She's like, that mistake, I told you not to do it, but you did it.
What's the one thing you change?
A quality or an act.
So now she's
And
become
Sir has so many. He's saying, remember all those things that we spoke about.
Well, it's very difficult.
We
No,
feel
go
we're
ahead,
up to
go
the
ahead.
task.
Ma'am, close your ears, ma'am, please.
It's her day. I think even I might get a chance.
The way you looked at me, I have to give you the chance, ma'am.
Well, one thing I would definitely change is...
Change about her or you?
No.
They change
See,
meaning?
No. Wait, now you are Dr. Manimegle Mohan. You are
Yeah.
not Srisha.
Okay. Well, I would probably be a better listener, and
Are you listening, ma'am? Are you actually listening to that, ma'am?
and listen to the person before I can throw in something. But I would also, the other way around, everything that she's thrown...
No, the other way around, when we ask you, please hold on.
Everything that she's thrown has been valuable too. So,
She not. I.
yeah, right. Yeah.
Yes.
Ma'am, what about you?
If I'm Srisha,
Yes.
sometimes I'm very firm with what I want to do. I don't bother whether you
So
take
you got
it
the
or
genes
not.
of your mother, basically, huh?
I do it. If you don't care, no problem, but I am doing it.
Sounds familiar, no, ma'am?
Yeah.
Little bit sounds familiar.
Sounds familiar. No,
Little
at times, okay, I'll understand the situation, but she'll stand strong with what her idea is, then slowly we have to melt down, then I have to understand, today this is the need of the upcoming generation, and then we support. So that's how she is very successful with her rule.
Ma'am, there's this very popular saying. It's called like mother,
The daughter.
like daughter.
Poor husbands of
We were coming to that next.
Can we have 2 more chairs, please, sir?
They'll run away.
Okay, one quality about her that you wish you had.
That's what I think.
A good quality.
Oh, good quality.
Yeah.
Something you
She's
admire
like, oh,
about
good
Srisha.
quality about my daughter.
Okay, wait.
Very
I'll say.
difficult.
Wait,
That's a hard question.
No,
yeah.
it's not a very hard question because I think most of my team members, my faculties, everybody know. To whatever extent she is angry, controlled, sweetly she will say it. So sometimes I'll say...
So that's gone on the father, clearly.
I'll wonder, how is this possible? She'll say, by losing your anger, your temperament, do you think people will do it? They will not, but you have to explain to them. Because sometimes I call a student and I'll just scold them, why did you do it? Go. But at the same time, she'll be standing behind somewhere. She would have called that student and she will politely explain to them, you know why ma'am scolded, it's only for your welfare. You should understand, and she'll explain the cause behind it. And afterwards, when I turn, they'll become the fan of her.
If you all agree with this, then clap for this mother-daughter duo.
Ma'am, can I also ask you this?
Yeah.
Does she sometimes talk to you the way she talks to the toddlers in school?
Majority of the time. She'll say, if she wants to explain to me something, she'll say, Amma, please listen. Amma, please listen.
Is that the way you talk to your husband also? Or you say, hey, listen!
No, then that's what she always has this problem. Like she'll say, before she starts a conversation with me, she'll say, are you free? Even if it's a telephonic call, are you free 2 minutes to listen to me? I'll say, you say I am listening. No, are you listening? This is the word she will ask me. Then I'll say, yes, Papa, I am listening. You know, I told the sentence, yes, Papa, I'm listening. She'll wait for that. So if I generally say, okay, say, she'll know that, okay, that's not you, now in your shoes. When I use the term, yes, Papa, I'm listening, then she'll develop the conversation. So she's very firm that she does not want me to be how I am with others. So that is what she is.
You didn't ask me what I admire.
No, coming to you.
She's telling us our job. Okay. Thank you.
So I think they have triggered. I have a feeling a lot more people are going to be calling you that now after today.
Tell Papa.
What do you like? What is a quality you admire and you wish you could?
If she stops at one, she will get really, really fired because she cannot stop at one.
Her sheer grit and this personality, that she has, that, a very confident woman that she is, I think is very infectious when you're always with her. And that's, at least if I could be 10% of that, that's always, my, I think, wish that I would have. The confident woman she is. And one thing I've really admired about her is whatever challenges come your way, there'll be people throwing, every day is a different day, new problems, problem after problem, new problems, right? She just runs through it very coolly, knowing that this is how the situation is, you need to handle this and go on to the next, and does not carry an emotional baggage of that problem. So to move swiftly from one problem to another very happy situation, change your personality and your role.
That's a great life skill, actually. That's a great life skill.
An exceptional quality that she has, and I admire that a lot.
Actually, you know one thing.
I don't know. Tell
Today, one thing. Like, actually, if my day goes very silent and happy, I'll go and say to my husband, today is the most worst day. He'll say, why things went on fine? No, tomorrow you'll have a nuclear bomb happening inside. So I expect a challenge every day. So because even if it's a small problem, deal it that minute. Then load it for a nuclear bomb.
Ma'am, for this aggression, for this focus, for this ready to do everything attitude, I think you have brought SSVM to a standard. You and your team, as you said, your employees, your family members, your 2 MCs, they've really brought SSVM to a standard that is envied by the entire country, and that's credit to both of you all. You said you want to be 10% of her. At least 10%, you said.
Actually, to say she's not 10%, she's 110.
Now you're going to appreciate her. The way you appreciated Sir, she's going to appreciate Mr. Nitin.
Okay.
It's okay if you lie, because I've been doing that from the morning.
Oh, my goodness. Hello, Mr. Rajiv. From morning, are you lying?
About her.
Well, we're going to have a performance review after this. This is going to be interesting.
I must say, I truly bow down
to Nitin. Put the
Nitin
spotlight on him. Now start with feeling. Ready.
He has this, I think over time, he's developed this beautiful ability of handling both of us. He can, at this
it's
point,
not
he
called
can...
ability, it's called
Did he have a choice?
He didn't have a choice, but he learned to, I think...
Okay, 1 minute.
He learned to thrive through it.
Srisha, 1 minute. This year I want to pause, then you can continue. Okay. When they had to come back from US, the first movie he told is, please, the entire family sit and watch Shailaja Reddy Alludu.
It's a Telugu movie.
It's a Telugu movie, how that son-in-law is managing the daughter and the mother.
Based on a
I
true
didn't
story.
know what is that. I said, okay, it's a movie. And I didn't get time to watch. But lockdown came. He made us watch. I said, oh, this is what is happening.
No, at this point, he's very well prepared to handle 2 political parties at the same time.
You think he's been getting a lot of advice from Appa, who seems to be the expert on the matter?
I think more than receiving advice, he has observed him and learned from him. And yeah, definitely, I think he tries to role model my dad.
I'll tell you one thing. I've been here. This is my 4th year here. And there's this one man who silently, but with so much of effort, passion, is also adding on to the value of SSVM. He does it in a very silent manner. But amongst all of you all, this is a hero of SSVM. I truly believe so. You can buy me coffee. I told you what you said, okay? All right. And you all know that this is not just an institution. It gives you life skills. It's a life support, life growth system. And we've done so much of talking. But how many of you all have heard Madam sing?
Me? No.
No, not you, Srisha.
No, I didn't take that chance. I can't dare to do that much, ma'am. Ma'am.
I've had a flu and my throat is still off.
What your mother is saying, dude, you have to do it. In fact, Nitin is requesting.
Well,
சிறகடிப்பேன் நான் சிறகடிப்பேன் பறவைகள் போல் நான் சிறகடிப்பேன் மலைகளின் மேல் நான் சிறகடிப்பேன் திசைகளெல்லாம் தினம் 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 இனி நான் சிறகடிப்பேன் நான் சிறகடிப்பேன்.
Fantastic.
How wonderful
Absolutely
was that?
brilliant. I'll tell you what, that
was for all of
applause,
you.
that applause would be a little better, a little louder. Stand up and applaud 2 people who've given you way too much to remember, cherish, learn and grow. Thank you, ma'am. Absolute pleasure.
And can I also say, apart from all the wonderful opportunities that you give them this institution, you give them this voice, but they also get to see how the 2 of you and your entire family live their lives. They have wonderful, positive role models of how men ought to be in this country and how women ought to be in this country. And for that, on behalf of all the students, thank you. Thank you so very much.
Sahitya, our job is confirmed next year. Don't worry. Thank you. It's been a pleasure. Round of applause.
you.
Finally.
Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, with that, we're going to wrap up our morning session. For all of our students, I'm going to request that you remain seated, wait for instructions from teachers and your prefects. So students remain seated. You will be guided out to lunch, group by group, so we can avoid crowding. Look to your teachers and your prefects for instruction. To all of our teachers, our guests, thank you so very much for joining us here this morning. Head on over for lunch. We'll see you after the short break.
sa 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 ga sa ni sa ga ma pa ni sa ni pa ma ga sa ga 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 ma pa ni sa ni pa ma ga sa sa ga sa ni sa ga ma ga sa ga ma pa ni sa ni pa ma pa ni sa ni ma pa ni sa ga sa ma ga sa ni pa ma ga sa ni sa ga ma sa ga ma pa ga ma pa ni sa ga ma pa ni sa ni sa ga sa ma ga sa ni sa ma ga ma pa ma pa ni பரித பாசனி பமானி பாமகமக கானி பாமக பமாக சனித நிச மம சச பப கனி நி பப சச நிச கனிச பானி மா பனி கச மம கச சனி நி பப மக கச நிச மக பமானி ப சனி கச மக சனி சக நிச பனி மப கம பனி நிச பனி மப கம சக நிச நிச கம கம பனி கத நிச கம கம பனித கத கம பனித கம பனித கம பனித நித கச கனித கச கனி கச கனி பதனி பதனி மபதனி பம கம கச பனித 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 நிசக 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 சகம 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 மகச 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 நிசக மக மபனி சனி பம கம பனித மக மபனித மக மபனித சரி சரி மகரி நீ சரி மப ரி மப நிச ரிச நிதப மாக பமகரி மப நி மப நிசாரி நிச பரி சரி மகரி சரி நிச நித பத மாகரி நிசரி மப நிசா நிச சரி ச ரி மகரி நீ சரி மப ரிம பனிச ரிச நிதப மாக பமகரி மபனி மபனி சாரி நிச பனி சரி மகரி சரி நிச நிதப பகரி நிசரி மபனி சா நிச நித திரித நிச ரே மப மமப நிதப மப நிச ரி மகரி கசாரி நிரிச ரிச நிச நித பப நிச ரி மப நிச ரிச நிச நிச ரிச ரிச நிச நிச ரிச ரிச நிச ரி பப கரிச நிச ரி பப கரிச நிச ரி மப நி மப நிச ரி நித ப நிச ரி மப நி மப நிச ரி நித பப நிச ரி 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 நிசரி மாகரி கசானிச நிசரி நீத பமாகரி நிசரே மபானிச நிசரே மபானிச நிசரே மபானிச நிசரி மசரி மபரி மபனி மபனிச சரி மரி மப மபனி பனிச ரி மப மபனி பனிச நிசரி நிரிச நிதப மத பபகரி மரி ரே பம மனி பப சனி நிச மரி ரே பம மனி பப சனி நிச பம மனி பப சனி நிரிச சரி
தளங்கு தரு கிட்ட தக்க 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 தளங்கு தக்க தக்க தளங்கு தக்க தாம் தக்க தக்க தளங்கு தக்கிடுது தாம் தோதே தாம் தக்க தக்க தாம் தாம் திகி தாம் தாம் தெத்தோம் தாதே தக்க திகினதை தோதைக்கு தக்க 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 தளங்கு தக்கிடுது தாம் தோதைக்கு தாம் தக்க தக்க தாம் தாம் திகி தாம் தாம் தெத்தோம் தாதே தக்க திகினதை தோதைக்கு தக்க தரகடோம் 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 தத்தாம் திதிதாம் திதிதாம் தரகட தளங்கு தக்க தரகட தளங்கு தக்க நக தரை கிட்ட தக்க ஜக்க தரை கிட்ட தக்க தோ திகி 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 தாம் தோ திகி 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 தாம் தோ திகி 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 தாம் தாம் ததீம் ததோம் தனம் ததாம் ததீம் ததோம் தனம் ததாம் ததீம் ததோம் தனம் தாம் தாம் ததீம் ததோம் தனம் நம் ததீம் தீம் 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 ஜம் தத் ஜம் தத் தத் ஜம் தா ஜம் தரி ஜம் ஜம் தத குத் ஜம் தரி ஜம் jam tari tadim tataka jana deha tajam tadim tataka jana jam tapu tajam tari tadim tataka jana deha tajam tari tadim tataka jana jam tapu tajam tadim tataka jana deha tajam tadim tataka jana jam tat taka dina taka dina taka dina tam todakku taka tam jana tadim tataka jana dim tataka jana tadim tataka jenge tataka dim tataka jana tadim tataka jana tataka jana tadim tadim nagadattalangu jakatare kitaka tam dabadattalangu jakatare kitaka talangu takadigu takatadigena to talangu takadigu takatadigena talangu 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 tadigena to talangu takadigu tadigena talangu takadigu tadigena talangu takadigu takatadigena to talangu takadigu takatadigena talangu takadigu tadigena tom tam talangu tom takadigu tadigena tom tam talangu tom takadigu tadigena tom tam jagganna kenna jaganam taganam jam tari jagan
Maybe we'll give their bodies a break and do it. To all of you, to any artist in this world, applause is the best form of appreciation. You can do a little bit better than that. Put your hands together. That was absolutely incredible. We've had a lot of discourse surrounding... Rajiv?
Oh, sorry. Oh, okay.
We've had a lot of discourse surrounding AI, technology, how it cannot possibly replace a human soul, and art, and any art form, I think is a visual or auditory representation of the human soul. And you got to see what a marriage looks like, a happy marriage at that, when art and technology come together. But Rajiv, before we dive right in, how about I get you to step off those mats, give them a little bit of time to clear up. I know some of our students were hoping to be able to ask Ma'am and Srisha some questions, and we didn't have time before lunch to do that. But we've got a couple of minutes now, so can we have the floor lights on? And
You do know that Mr. Nitin wanted to say something about Srisha, you know.
Really?
Yeah, he wanted to pay a good compliment to her. What was it?
Do you want to go down and give him the mic?
Actually, I don't dare to do that. Maybe you should. Okay. So previously, like Sahitya was saying, we had a great conversation, ma'am. And of course, at least for me, it was really great to see the vision, the thought process, and you behind or beside the principal or the dean or the director's serious office. Oh, I thought she's pulling me towards her. She's not like that. All right. So if there's any questions that you'll have for
anybody, raise your hand. We'll have a mic. Or step forward, you know where the mic is, ask the question.
Like, I want to know when is gaming starting. If you all want to know which, say something about the campus, say something about SSVM.
Like you want to tell her you've been really inspired by Transforming India Conclave this year, and you want her to allow you to not just use calculators in the classroom and tests, but also ChatGPT.
If any teacher has a suggestion.
Anyone here who would like to? Do you have suggestions? Do you have ideas? Ah. It's going to be hard to bell the cat. Isn't that something we always think about?
Okay, quickly. Anyone has a question to ask, ma'am? This is a great place to get brownie points.
Rajiv, while they are summoning up the courage, wait, are you all waving or are you volunteering? Oh, they can see themselves. How nice. Tell me this. Do you have suggestions? Because you're always full of suggestions.
You're putting me on the dock. Do I have suggestions? I think already it's set a benchmark. So I really think every year, ma'am, I do believe, you know, when I go to school, or when I was in school, I had a lot of areas in college as well. So when people ask me, what are you, before they used to ask me, are you educated? Now they ask me, what are you educated? I tell them in college I had a couple of areas, but I've graduated 3 times and this is my 4th time. I've graduated at SSVM. I really believe so. Because at Transforming India Conclave, every single year, I go back a lot more wiser. I go back with life skills. And for that, I'd really like to thank you, ma'am, all of you all. Really, it's been a great pleasure. And I think you have also learned so much.
I have. And I've also learned that our boys and girls here have a lot of opinions. You've seen him for 4 years now. Do you think he's gotten any wiser?
I've gotten a bit younger. Hey, someone said yes. I'll pay you, yeah. Who said yes?
You are not allowed to ask for that person's number. Come back here.
Okay. What about your experience in 4 years?
It has been absolutely incredible. I think, Rajiv, you can relate to this. We're on many different stages. We meet a lot of different speakers, eminent speakers such as this. But it's not as often we have an audience like this.
Absolutely.
And can I just say, not all of us are so fortunate to have a Mr. Mohandas in our life to energize us to get through the rest of the day. But I promise you, for the 2 of us, having all of you as audience, it's like we function and not at 100% battery level. It feels like being supercharged. So thank you for bringing what you bring to the table. That is each and every one of you. Your presence, your energy, your light, your inquisitiveness, how you want to explore, and also those lovely smiles and those wonderful namastes when we walk in. Thank you.
Today when I came and I was like, namaste, namaste. I started doing that because I really like the vibe that it brings out. But now what else is lined up for the second half? Now what else do we have?
We've got another wonderful session, and let's find out which student is going to be joining us to introduce this session. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome to the stage Calden Prem from Reed's World School.
He's very popular.
From the era of Sushruta, the father of surgery, to our times, India has been blessed with healers who see medicine not just as science, but as service. In that divine lineage stands a modern master whose hands are miracles, whose heart is compassion, and whose life is a testimony of healing and hope. What defines a true healer? Is it the skill of the hands, the strength of the mind, or the compassion of the heart? Some people heal wounds, some heal hearts, and a rare few heal lives. He is one such soul who turns despair into dignity, pain into possibility, and brokenness into wholeness. One of the most special and unique qualities is his ability to combine world-class surgical brilliance with profound human compassion. Today, as we welcome him, we are not just honoring a surgeon, but a custodian of India's healing heritage. With utmost reverence and admiration, let us now welcome the miracle hands of India, the maestro of healing, the architect of hope, the wizard of reconstructive surgery, the healer beyond boundaries, the one and only Dr. Raja Sabapati, Chairman, Ganga Hospital, Coimbatore.
Welcome, sir. What an absolute pleasure it is to have you here with us. Calden, how wonderful was that introduction? What a job well done. Can we please give him? Thank you, thank you. Do you think maybe next year you'd like to come back and host with me?
Maybe, ma'am.
I like how I get a maybe.
Amazing.
It's an honor to welcome you, sir.
I think I've been introduced to many. Hey, come
Calden,
here.
stay back 1 minute.
I've been introduced in many forums. I think one of the best introductions I ever had is from him. I wish he becomes a reconstructive surgeon. All the best.
Thank you, Calden. Thank you so very much. Thank you. Welcome, sir. Please. How gentlemanly. You know, we've been talking so much about humanity and a robot. We can maybe teach a robot to say ladies first, but it's entirely different when a man of this stature does that to you. Thank you, sir. How wonderful of you. So, we've been having 2 days of incredible discussion where we've been talking about humanity, AI, tech, robotics, and the intersection of all of those things. You are in the service of humanity because you show up when people need you the most. You're a doctor. Can you tell me, after a lifetime spent healing people, do you now think AI has come in to elevate what you do, or AI, tech, robotics has come in to replace what you do?
I think when we studied medicine, they said technology was coming up, and then they said it will be a big revolution. And then every few years, every decade passes, they said some more things come, but every time they say it might replace surgeon, but then it never happens. It never happens. And I was looking up the other day, and then speaking to a top AI engineer, and do you know what he said? They said, because of AI, a lot of people lose jobs, right? But then do you know the last job which the AI people think the people who will lose are surgeons? I think the AI people feel that one of the last of the jobs to be lost. And then the doctors will always, that will be the last of the teams to go. But then they will be tremendously be helped. I think that is the point. In making a clinical diagnosis, they'll be helped. But then to make the final decision as to what to do, there I think a human being comes in. I'll tell you two things like this. See, AI will tell you if you have a particular problem or somebody comes with a major injury, the AI may tell you that they got a 80% chance of becoming good, 80% chance of survival. But then it can't tell you whether that particular patient will fall into that 80 or into the 20. I think that's
Given enough data, you don't think AI will be able to predict that?
Yeah, AI will tell you that it's got 80%. But then whether you fall into the 20 or something, I think that's where the doctor comes in.
And what does the doctor bring to the table to be able to say this patient falls in the 20% or the 80%?
Yeah. So what happens is now we know that the problems of getting them into the 20 is much more. So now you know where are the problems. Then you need to put in a little bit of extra effort. I think that's where the decisions that you make, I think that make the big difference. Okay. So that's where I think AI will really help us. It's almost like choosing a school. They may tell that that particular school, 95% of the people get first class. So that's for the father to choose a school which they have to choose. But then it's only, finally it matters whether our child is in the 5% or in the 95%.
Yes.
I think that's
Very
where
true.
that goes. So that part of the decision making, I think that's I think the AI cannot make it, and then the surgeon has to make it.
Fair enough. So more and more in surgery, we're seeing robotics being involved in surgery. And people in general seem to have embraced that because at the end of the day, you still have a surgeon calling the shots there. But do you think we as a society were ready to embrace autonomous robotic surgeries?
Yes, robots have really done a great job. See, what happens is, in our body there are
certain
cavities where it is extremely difficult for you to go and put your
Maneuver,
hand in.
yes.
Put your hand in. No, so there what would happen is, I think a robot will be a great advantage. So there you can make a lot of precision that you have to make. Getting into the places where it's very difficult to access, I think a robot does a great job. So similarly, I think I'm a microsurgeon, so where we reattached fingers, amputated fingers. So that means we're repairing small blood vessels which are as small as 1 millimeter in diameter. So that the vessel itself is 1 millimeter in diameter. So you put in that 1 millimeter, we have to put in about 4 or 5 sutures we have to put. So we have to put in so many, the needle is also very small. So we use such fine needles and then put it. So the one thing that you need or shouldn't have is a tremor.
Yes.
That means that one thing that you have. So now we are trying very, very hard to use robots to see whether that tremor will go. So in such sort of situations, we'll try to robot. But still we have not gone to that level. It does not really replace that human being.
So we reach out to robots for precision, but not for decisions.
Yeah, it can add for access. I think for access, robot is very good. For precision, robot is very, very good. But ultimately, for decision making, human being is the best. I think what to do, I think human being is the best for making the decision. But for robot, will we help us to do those things? Will we really help us to do?
Okay. And since you brought up humans in decision making, you've had a long storied career.
Yeah.
And I'm sure there have been many standout moments in them. Can you maybe share with us a moment where your humanity and your empathy led to decision making that was in favor for the patient who came in?
Yeah. I think for this, I think maybe I should start off with a story during my training period in the US. You see, I was telling that we reattach amputated fingers and all that. So when I was in the US, of course we came back from India, and then there is a small fingertip amputation. I think there was only just below the nail, a lady had her finger amputated. But you feel it's not too much of a problem for function, I think. So I went to the emergency room and then picked up, and then it showed an alternative. If you have to reattach the finger, it takes about 4 to 5 hours. Okay, it will take that much time it will take because small vessels you have to join. So I thought of the simpler alternative. When we were about to begin, my boss, client, he came over and said, what are you doing? So my colleague said, this lady has been flown we are in Kentucky. So he said, the lady has been flown all the way from Virginia to put this finger back. Then immediately asked, why did you not try? He did not try. So he said, but you're a good fellow. So we did try and then put it back. It was very successful. In the end, he walked back and said, you just see that she has come all the way from Virginia to thinking that Harold will put it back. But then you didn't choose to try. But then, you have to try. So I think that's an amazing lesson. So what really happens is, if you ask statistics, if you think that there is a small little finger, and then if a small bit, if it loses, it will happen, function, AI will say you will get along, okay, you'll go along.
Yes.
But then if you ask that particular lady, whether that makes a difference, it will make a difference.
It makes a world of a difference.
It makes a world of difference. So I think where this thing is, that's where the individual surgeon's ideas come in.
Wonderful. So thank you for sharing that moment of empathy, of human understanding and connection. And our theme for this year is humanity and AI, and it's about co-creating our world. You already gave us example about how AI is being used in remote areas, whether it's to identify maybe TB in an X-ray, or lots of applications are already underway. But what does co-creating our world mean to you with technology and AI?
Yeah, one thing what technology will do is it will make more equity. I think, it will make access more possible. I think that's very, definitely it will possible. Now you don't have to have a radiologist everywhere.
Okay.
I think it can be done by a technician. See, for example, if you take in India, there are so many people who require screening.
Yes.
Okay, screening for breast cancer, screening for throat cancer, mouth cancer. But then if you really ask, can we put a doctor everywhere, every village you have to do, that's not possible.
Yes.
So now what we could do, we could take somebody there, a health worker, okay, just ask them to open the mouth and take a shot. Okay, and then all those things can be sent over. And somebody here, AI can do it. Even a doctor don't have to screen. I think an AI can do it and say, oh, these are the people who are suspect. So in that way, I think we can really add a lot of value to the healthcare system. So in that way, it will be very useful. There, I think a lot of engineers will have a part to play because they have to analyze data. So they have to analyze data, how it looks and all that. So there, I think new jobs will come up. So in analysis of the human data will come.
How lovely to hear someone talk about opportunities and new jobs that are being created with AI.
Yes.
That isn't something we've heard very often. And I also loved how you highlighted that this can democratize and improve access to healthcare, especially for a nation as large as ours, with a population the size that it is, with such diverse geographies. As you pointed out, that complicates us maybe having a doctor everywhere we need, but AI can come in to help us there. So I'm sure you are teaching many students as well.
Yes.
And I know you've heard that technology is coming, it's changing, technology is coming, it's changing.
Yes.
But AI is here, robotics is here, and it has changed the way medicine is being practiced.
Yes.
So has that changed the way in which you teach your students?
Yes, not that it has not changed the way we teach students, but I think I should say that it has changed the way students learn medicine. That is,
in what way, sir? Can I get you to elaborate?
Yeah, in what way is, previously it was all books, like a real standard textbook we used to read. Now, everybody has got every book in their pocket. I think the whole telephone itself has got all the books in there. So, access to knowledge has been overcome. Previously, when we were young, access to knowledge was difficult, right? So whereas now, access to knowledge, that barrier is gone.
Sir, can I maybe interrupt and ask you? I think it's access to information is now there. Yes. Is that turning into knowledge?
Yeah, that's right. That's where I'm coming. So when previously our teachers were teaching both.
Okay.
our teachers were teaching information and then how to use the information. Whereas now, we only have to teach how to use the information that's available. So before that, no, we didn't have access to all the journals that are there and all that we know. But then that empathy part of it, how do we treat a patient, that part of it is there. For example, see, the same example I tell you, I'll tell another story I'll tell you. So we tell you how the values don't change. Okay. So in just about a week's time, one of our colleagues has to give a big lecture. So he said, I asked him, how are you going to interview? He said, I'm going to tell 2 stories, he said. He said, one story, what you told me 25 years ago, and what happened to you 25 years ago, and then what happened last year.
Okay.
So I told you the story of how that my teacher made me look back. So about in 2000, we had a chap who had all the 5 fingers amputated in Sivagasi. So they came back. As I told you, to put each finger back, it takes about 3 to 4 hours it takes. To join them, it takes 4 hours. Okay. So that means we are operating from thumb to we are going and then we are coming up to the little finger. So it's already 15 hours it has happened, 15 hours. Then one of my anesthetists was telling, that little finger is a small tip. Do you think, we need to do that? Okay, because you already got all the 4, all the functioning ones you have got, you think, So at that point of time, I just remembered, that night in Louisville when he told me, he said, no, he has come here thinking that all 5 fingers will be put back. So he told them. Then he said, 25 years ago, last year, when I had to do one similar thing, the same type of little finger came. I thought of the 2 stories and I persisted on. So now what we are trying to do is to tell our people stories and then how not to give up, how to carry on, and then do your best so that let God take care of it. But then we need to do our best. I think that's what we are trying to teach them now.
Wonderful. Thank you for sharing that, sir, because for a lot of us, many times when we go to the hospital and maybe it's us, maybe it's someone in our family, I think sometimes we forget that doctors, surgeons, nurses on the other side are just as human. I don't know if any of us here can imagine doing surgery, being responsible for someone else's fingers, their function for the rest of their life, and doing it functioning 15 hours going in knowing you have 5 hours more to go. So, sir, can I ask you, because I think that mindset is something that inspires all of us and we can learn from. Yes. You're 15 hours into surgery. Yes. I'm very sure you're going to have your legs cramping, your back hurting. I'm sure all of you train so it doesn't happen and you're fit. But at that moment when fatigue sets in, but you still have to keep going, yes. What do you tell yourself? What do you tell yourself so you show up as the best version of you? Because that person on that table needs you to show up as the best version of you. Yeah.
So what happens is, I think it comes by example, I think one of the best things that comes by is example. I was just reading the other day. I think it was Note for All Fathers. Now a lot of groups are there. It is for all fathers. It said, a father may not... it's for fathers. It said, your son may not do all that you advise, but then he'll follow what you show as an example. I think that's very nicely stated. No, you said you will not follow what you advise him, but then he'll follow what you examine. So if what we now do is that, I know that always people are watching. Okay. So at the last time, when you feel that everything is difficult, then there are a lot of younger people are watching you. And then what you do is, I think that itself motivates us. So you need to put in our best. But then at the end, when you win, then what happens is, this fellow goes home and tells a story.
Yes, he does.
So I think the stories keep on going. I think it is those stories which keep the big institutions running.
Wonderful. It's so nice to hear how fulfilled you are by what you do. And for that person to be able to have that success story to tell somebody else is what motivates you through that. Yes. And I love how you also teach by example. Yes. That is absolutely beautiful. I have one last question, and then we're going to open up for audience Q&A. So please, the mic is right here. Wherever you are, please line up for the questions. Sir, I want to ask you this. We have a lot of students here who are inspired and want to be in the field of medicine.
Yes.
And for many people, when they imagine being in the field of medicine, they think about, I want to be a flashy neurologist. I want to be, we've all heard of someone in the family having, heart trouble. So we're all familiar with cardiologists. But you're in microsurgery.
Yes.
It's not a field that children know very much about or aspire to. How did you enter into microsurgery? And can you also tell them what is so amazing about it that they should aspire to be microsurgeons too?
Yeah. Actually, this true story. There was one Dr. Narendran. So he was a neurosurgeon, and then he had gone to Japan. And I was doing my general surgery post-graduation. So we used to be rotated among various specialties. So you go around here. So he had just come back, and then he had seen some microsurgery in the brain. And then he put a microscope, and he wanted to do a long-hour surgery. And he needed someone to hold a retractor. So the fellow whom he chose was me. So I was choosing under the microscope. I said, oh my God, no, it looks so good. I think it's so good it looks. But at that time, people did not really think this will grow up. I think so, but I thought, this will be the field that has to come up. And then later on, I found there is more microsurgery in plastic surgery than in neurosurgery. Yes. So then we took up my microsurgery. So I think that it generally looks up into some sort of avenues of opportunities. Suddenly you look up, you get fascinated how it looks. So just go and then you find it. But then though it might be difficult at first, but then if you want to introduce something new, that means you really have to show some big difference. So we really showed a big difference when he came back from US.
I love this. So it's very serendipitous that you ended up where you
did. It's just that
luck,
but then you are watching it out, and then you find that you always like to do what it is there. But then for all our young people will say, India needs a lot of good doctors. India needs. I think India requires a lot of good doctors. And you really don't have to, many people come and ask us, should I become a neurologist or should I become a cardiologist? I always tell them, India requires everybody. But then whatever you put, you want to become a cardiologist or neurologist, in front of it, you must put a small adjective. You must put up a good neurologist, good plastic surgeon, good. Then if you put up a good in front of that, then it becomes very difficult. Then it becomes a few. Then you don't have any competition at all. I think you don't have any competition. So I think that's always say, I tell in our hospital, there are a lot of good schools, people say, good colleges. How many times do we spontaneously say great college? I think how many times do we spontaneously people say it's a great hospital? So I think it is jumping from hospital to good hospital to great hospital. So like that, doctor, good doctor, great doctor. So I think that jumping is what really makes it. I think I urge all of you, whether you want to become an engineer, a rocket scientist, or anybody, I think you need to put yourself two adjectives. You have to put good first, and then great next, and then you'll be fine. Good.
I love that. Doesn't matter what profession you choose, you should aspire to be not just good, but great at it. Sir, we have a student right there with a question.
Good afternoon, sir. I am Arfa from Reed's World School. My question for you is, how can the youth-driven initiatives support the healthcare system in India today?
How can youth-driven initiatives support the healthcare system in India today?
Yeah, support initiatives. Yeah. No, I think it's very, very easy for it will become the norm. I would say it will become the norm in future. AI-supported initiatives means what we now require is data. I think if we have some complex situation that we have, and then you really find as to what has been done before. So now what will happen is with AI, it is extremely easy. It is extremely easy for AI-driven initiatives and also become very easy. And previously, if we used to have a difficult problem, my teacher used to tell, you will not be the first fellow in this world to have this problem. So many fellows would have had this. some would have done it nicely, and at least one fellow would have written about it. So that means to search that one person who's written about it used to take very difficult. But now with the AI initiative, it's so easy. Now we find the solutions that are there, so we are able to get them easily. I think that way, I think it will extremely be useful. Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Namaste, sir. I'm Anushri of grade 10. So do you think that the doctors in this AI age are anyway better than the previous generations of doctors, or are they losing something in the process?
Yeah. I think doctor has always been the same, I think, So in my father's age time also, the doctors were good. So whether AI, I don't know whether AI can produce better doctors. But I think it is easy for a doctor to become a better doctor with AI. Okay. I think that's the way we really have to take it. Because you see, we deal with a lot of accidents, okay? We deal with a lot of accident people. So I find when anybody comes to the hospital, the one thing, whether they are a teacher, a doctor, engineer, a minister, or anybody, the first thing is that they are looking for hope. Okay, we have found there are only 3 questions when anybody comes to hospital. Okay, the first question, irrespective of anybody, the first question is, will I become all right? I think that's the only first question is, will I become all right? So to answer that first question, I think what you really need is someone who could smile, someone who could touch, then someone would say, you will become all right. But then at that stage, they don't need AI to say there are 75% chance of you becoming all right, 25% of you becoming limp. Okay, that they don't need somebody to that. But you need someone to say, yes, you'll become all right. Okay, I think so. But then inside your mind, doctor will know what happens, and then he'll turn his voice, all this, to tell that. No? So I think that's why I think AI will help a doctor to become a better doctor easily. I think there we have to struggle more, but now it become easy for us to become a better doctor.
Thank you. I love how AI can help with data and knowledge and prediction,
yes.
But you still need a human for the reassurance.
Yes, you need a human being to tell, exactly how to that empathy part of it. No, I think even the previous time when both the madams were talking, you were talking about empathy.
Yes.
You did talk about empathy, no? So I think that part of it, I think it's extremely difficult for AI to give. I think that's what.
Our next question.
Namaste, sir. My name is Ananya and I'm from 10th grade.
Ananya, pardon the interruption. Could you hold the mic closer so we can hear you better?
Yes.
Thank you.
So my question is, in which field of medicine do you think will be the least affected by AI and why?
In which?
Which part of medicine will be least impacted by AI?
Least impacted. The least impacted, as per AI experts, is surgery. Because the reason is, in surgery, as you proceed, there are so many variables are there. I think that there are a lot of decision makings have to be taken into account, one. And secondly, right now, what AI lacks is what is called the haptics, So the consistency feel, I think that's what AI is lacking. You see a different lot of tissues are there in the body. So each of them have got a different consistency, they feel, and the flow, I think they're all different. So they find AI has got difficulty in identifying the different consistencies of the tissues and all that. So they find the surgery will be the last of the fields to be conquered by AI. And more finer the surgery, I think the frontier will the goalpost is even more longer. Okay, they stepped up longer. And one of the fields they found, which is the last to be taken over, is microsurgery. I think that's what they said. Okay.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so very much. Sir, can I ask you this before we do wrap up?
Yeah.
If the opportunity ever arose, would you be interested in working with someone to help develop robotics, AI, give them the data that's needed to improve the haptics or any of it?
Yes, yes. In fact, the better the institution, the AI people are joining those institutions. I think the bigger doctors, the better doctors, people who do more this thing. I think if they join the scientific technology world, the outcome is going to be much better. I think that's very important. I think you have a good synergy between very busy surgeons, very skilled surgeons, with AI engineers. The outcome is going to be very much better. So in fact, we do like to have collaboration and then ISR or something like that. So where there are scientists or their forefront, and then if doctors also join them, I think things go better.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, Dr. Rajasabhapati right here. I must say his reputation precedes him. He's an absolutely incredible surgeon and a doctor, but more than that, what a wonderfully fine human being. Big round of applause one more time. Thank you, sir. What a privilege. Thank you. Can I have you stay back, give away a few awards? Is that okay? Sir, every year here at the SSVM Transforming India Conclave, we have something called the Studentpreneur Award, where students are encouraged to become entrepreneurs, come up with ideas. This time it was in the field of AI. Some of it was in the intersection of AI and medicine as well. So we're going to begin with our felicitation of the Studentpreneur jury. These jury members comprise of parents, so we really want to thank them for volunteering their time for this. When I call out your name, I'm going to invite you to please join us center stage. We begin with Mr. Vijay Gupta. Next, I'd like to welcome to the stage Dr. Saktivel K. Can we please give all of our parent jury members a big round of applause, show them love, respect and appreciation as they come up here. Next, I'd like to welcome Mrs. Gayatri Chidambaram. Next, I'd like to welcome Dr. Udaya Kumar Sadasivam.
It's easy to disappear.
Miss Sandhya Mutappan.
To be far, even though you're near. It's really easy to feel.
Mr. Sarvanakumar Ramasamy. Next, I'd like to welcome to center stage Mr. Bhupati Saktivel. Next, Mr. Jagadish Babu. Can we give a big round of applause for all of the parent jury members?
Easy.
And now it's time for the alumni who showed up as jury members. We begin with Miss Nesavalli.
It's really easy to feel behind. But really,
Next, I'd like to welcome Mr. Aditya Vikash Subramanian. Welcome, Aditya. If I can invite you to walk to center stage. Kalyani M. Thank you, Aditya. Thank you once again. And finally, Bharatraj M. Big round of applause for all of our SSVM alumni who've returned as jury members.
It's really easy to feel behind.
And now it's time for us to announce the winners of the Studentpreneur Awards 2025. We begin with our second runner-up, and the team is Sarvesh Aditya, Sashwat RS, and H. Shiv Sharesh from BVM Global Bolineni Hillside Senior Secondary School. Congratulations to Sarvesh, Shashwat, and Shiv. They get to take home a cash prize of 25,000 apart from having the honor of being the second runner-up for Studentpreneur Awards 2025. Congratulations to our winners. Can I invite you to step to the podium? You have about a minute so you can share with us what was the idea that won you the place. Big round of applause. Give them a huge round of applause. Well-deserved, hard-fought win. Can I invite you to step to the podium? You have a minute. You can decide amongst yourself if you want to take turns, one of you.
A very good afternoon to everyone here. So first, I'd like to thank SSVM for making this entire thing possible. And then I'd like to thank our principal. Then I'd like to thank the juries. And finally, I'd like to thank all the teachers and everyone who made this possible, who gave us the opportunity to present ourselves and our product. Now I'll be handing it over to Shiv, who's going to explain about the vision of our project.
A very good afternoon to everyone. So the aim of our product is to make a very revolutionary product that is AI integrated effluent treatment plant. So in the conventional ETPs, there are many manual errors that are being done, and due to that, many lives are lost because of contaminated water and polluted water, which are disease-borne. So by integrating AI, we tend to reduce the human errors and mistakes and reducing the disease-borne water into a disease-free one, rather than, the contaminants which are being reduced from the factories. Over to Sarvesh, who will be explaining the technological architecture of our product.
Good morning to one and all present here, and I'm Sarvesh. So, first of all, thanks to SSVM institutions for giving us a wonderful platform to present our idea, and my respected teachers who encouraged me to do this project. So, what is exactly a technology architecture of a product? It is simple. We have integrated AI into standard effluent treatment steps. So it increases accuracy in treatment and results in an effective effluent treatment. So yeah, this reduces the contaminations in water bodies. So this is a small step towards the sustainable future. And yeah, this is simultaneously the humanities also will increase. Thank you.
Thank you. Congratulations. Can I have you just step backstage, collect your award, and please wait. We'd like a group photograph with all 3 teams. It's now time for our first runner-up for the Studentpreneur Awards 2025. And our first runner-up is Daya Vishnu Kumaran. He's from Sri Ramana Senior Secondary School, Rajapalayam. Congratulations, Daya. Along with the honor, the recognition, and the experience, he gets to take home a cash prize of 50,000. Daya? Could I maybe take that from you and invite you to step up to the podium, share your idea with us? Thank you.
Happy afternoon, everyone. I am M. Daya Vishnu Kumaran, studying in class 10 of Sri Ramana Academy Senior Secondary CBSE School, Rajapalayam. I thank SSVM management as well as my school management for allowing me for this wonderful event, SSVM Studentpreneur Awards. Actually, my business idea is Smart Kitchen Plus, an AI-based food waste management system. Like as per UNEP reports of 2024, around 7.8 crore tons of food waste is generated in India. So to overcome this barrier, I have made a project. Like it tracks the food waste produced in our homes, like in hotels, many public places. Like it helps people to restrict the food waste, and it gives us many ways to overcome that. I have made many smart systems for kitchens, mainly especially for mothers at low cost. Actually, this project I have made it with the help of Atal Tinkering Labs of Niti Aayog from Atal Innovation Mission. So if government has its own components, then why can't it give it at low cost to poor people? So this is my idea. Thank you.
Can I have you just please wait right here for the group photograph? And now, ladies and gentlemen, for our winners for the Studentpreneur Awards 2025, they're from Chinmaya International Residential School. Please put your hands together for Ronak Golcha, Arnav Saraf, and Naitik Agarwala. Apart from having the bragging rights of being the Studentpreneur Awards 2025 winners, they get to take home a cash prize of 75,000. Welcome you to the podium so you can speak to your idea. May I hold that for you? There you go.
Om Shri Chinmaya Sadgurave Namaha.
So, Hariam to everyone present here. I'm Ronak Golcha, the CEO of Adaptimotion, and I would like to say something that I truly believe in is that dream is not something that come and sleep. Dream is something that don't let you sleep. And this was quoted by APJ Abdul Kalam. So if talking about Adaptimotion, so it did not start in a bedroom. It started when I saw a person, an amputee, struggling to find seat in a public place, struggling for his dignity, struggling for his independence, and struggling for his safety. And this isn't an isolated struggle. Approximately 1.3 billion people worldwide live with significant disabilities, and this comprises of 16% of the global population. These individuals face immense problems such as adapting to the prosthetics, irritations, allergies, burns, and most important, the basic need to sit. So, and I would like to give the mic to Arnav.
So, thank you everyone. So as our CEO mentioned about the product, we'll flip the coin and we'll talk about the market. So when we started, we had no idea about the market, and then when we researched about the market, we realized that the market is very big. The total market size is of 72,000 crores, and that is very, very big. And according to data on the internet, it is expected to grow double, and it will become of value worth of 148,000 crores. I don't know how many zeros are there in that value, but then it's very, very big. So that is one thing. And then for adaptive motion, we have 4 different revenue streams. One is B2C, selling our product directly to customers. Second one being selling to hospitals, rehab centers. And third one being co-branding and white labeling for other companies. And fourth one being a subscription-based app where our users can access the app in many different ways. They have GPS location, they have doctor appointments, then they have emergency alerts that our crutch has, and a fall detection sensor, and many other things. So now for other factors, I'll hand over the mic to CFO.
Hari Om, I am Naitik Agarwala, the CFO of Adaptive Motion. So now let's flip the coin to financials. In financials, our product comes at a mere price of 3,500 rupees. And then added 12% GST, with 5% GST, we come down to around 3,900 rupees. So that's our price of the product. So now what do we offer? We offer a seat in the product, we offer fall detection sensors, and we offer an all-in-one app subscription for free in the first year. Then from the second year, we'll be charging them 1,000 rupees for the app, which is the price of a mere OTT subscription. 20 rupees per week, that's the price of a cutting chai. And now, what are our future plans? Our future plans are in 3 phases. Phase 1, Phase 2, and Phase 3. Phase 1 will be asserting ourselves as a market competitor and redefining the user experience. Phase 2 will be expanding globally to other countries. And Phase 3 will be using our data to provide as a service to insurance companies. This data will be highly aggregated and highly anonymous.
So one more thing that I would like to say is about our name, Adaptive Motion. So adaptive motion comes from 2 words, adapt and emotion. So as we all know, when we talk about amputees and all, it is very emotional for them to move in that way. But that is what we want to treat, and that's what our tagline also suggests. Adaptive motion, restoring motion, and reviving emotion. And in the end, I would like to thank a lot of people, starting with SSVM, for making it all happen. Then coming to our own school, CIRS, they supported us all way, from the very beginning. And then to our teachers, Dasrati sir, who is here with us now. Then Nagarajan sir and Arunis sir back at school. Also the jury members, because of them we are standing here maybe. And most importantly, our seniors, Team Vayu Nigra. Without them, we wouldn't have been here. They're our source of inspiration and guidance. We will like to thank them, and also to our parents for always supporting us. Thank you. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, boys. Thank you so very much. Congratulations once again. Can I invite you to join them center stage? May I invite our other winners as well to join us here, those in first place, first runner-up and second runner-up. Can we take a group photograph? If I can invite you all to join them center stage. I absolutely love the thorough list of people this young man thanked. I gave him a little bit more time. He would have started his own party and stood for elections 4 years from now. It is incredible to see youngsters with this confidence, this level of talent, and also to show up, face an audience such as this and present so gracefully. Thoroughly inspiring. Big round of applause for our Studentpreneur Awards top 3 winners this year. Thank you so very much. May I invite you all to please take your seats. Let the celebration continue off stage. Thank you and congratulations. May I invite you, sir, ma'am, to please felicitate Dr. Raj Sabapati right here. Sir, thank you again for your patience, your grace, and for sharing your wisdom and experience here with us. Thank you once again. And after a very fascinating discussion about empathy, we're now going to move on to discussing ethics. This is going to be absolutely fun, and we've had Rajiv here talk about what an education it's been so far. Rajiv, ethics, take notes, take notes.
Like I never knew what ethics are. She said, take notes, take notes. Okay, first of all, thank you for a great picture. Okay, let's go. Now, how many of y'all in this audience believe that AI is a very, very powerful tool? It's changing our lives and the world. Raise your hands if you believe so. It's just like such a stupid question. We all know what it is. But how many of y'all, keep your hands up, keep your hands up. I know we had lunch. But how many of y'all believe that AI can be extremely dangerous for self and society? If you believe that it can be dangerous, keep your hands up. If you think, nah, that's nothing, put your hands down. So there is a group of people. There's a lot of people. Oh, there's a lot up there. So we do understand that AI can be very powerful, but can be extremely dangerous. You know, now put it down. You're so obedient. Very nice. You know, there was a time when the bug of AI came in, we all started believing that AI will take away human jobs. And there was a sense of insecurity. Right? What happens to our job as a teacher, as a creator, as an engineer, as a software designer? What happens to our job was insecurity. But today there's a bigger problem, and that is AI's insensitivity. We need to address that a bit with ethics, with an activist and a researcher. To speak about that person, we have someone very, very interesting who will introduce this interesting person. But today, every country is judged not on its GDP, but it's judged on its GPT. Exactly how dominating you are when it comes to a country in the field of AI. And I think India is flipping the game of AI. IND, not AI, but INDIA. To introduce the next speaker, I call Siddesh from class 11 from SSVM Metupalayam. If you believe AI is dangerous, clap your hands even louder. Macha, that was for AI.
Check, check, check. Wow. I guess even the mic's a little nervous of who's coming next. I can't blame it. Our next guest literally teaches technology how to behave. But what makes him special isn't just his intelligence of machines. It's the humanity he gives to them. For him, AI isn't just artificial intelligence. It's accountable and inclusive too. Mr. Jibu Elias is one of India's leading voices in AI ethics. From guiding India AI to working with global councils, he's been shaping India's journey with technology and reminding us that the future of AI must be fair, responsible, and most importantly, human. And here's the fun part. When he's not too busy with these grand ideas, he's a writer, a traveler, a vintage pen collector, and get this, rumor has it that he can even make you laugh in 7 different languages. My God. I might test it later, but for now, let's test the power of your applause. Please join me in welcoming and felicitating the visionary, the multi-talented, and the very face of human-AI relationship, Mr. Jibu Elias. Thank you. Thank you, sir.
He almost called out to God. He was looking up there. But maybe only God can save us during this field of AI. But hello, sir. This is your mic.
Hello.
Welcome to SSV and welcome to Coimbatore, sir.
Thank you for the great hospitality. I'm enjoying every minute here.
Sir, we haven't even started. Now is when the hospitality begins. So, sir, first of all, we were just asking a group of people here, a very wise group of people, the future of our country. This is probably a great way to see what the future thinks. Right? So, Mr. Jibu, number one, this feels like a very interesting classroom because today, I guess, we will decide what's right, what's wrong, what's good, what's bad, what should be progress and what should be regress. That's what we'll be discussing. But AI as a field for a lot of us is brand new, but for this man, it's not. You've been into the field of AI for a very, very long time. Some say AI is magic, but the way you got into AI was also magic. Do you remember that one fine evening, sir?
Well, I think I was speaking to Siddesh before. Destiny has its own way of playing into, right? I was inspired by some of the books I read 10, 12 years ago, like The Superintelligence by Nick Bostrom, Our Last Invention by James Barat. These books actually were the first to ask the question. It's not enough that we build AI, right? We are talking about AGIs. We are not there yet. It's also important we need to question how will they behave, what kind of ethics they will follow, what kind of morality it will have. So there is this thought experiment which I would like to ask you and the audience. How many of you have heard about the trolley problem? Anybody? Trolley problem? No? Okay. So here is a question. I need your cooperation here. Let's assume a train. Okay.
Let's assume a train.
Let's assume a train. Let's assume a Vande Bharat. No. Let's assume a normal train. A normal train is coming through a track. And there is a track going to the right side. There is a track going through the left side. Now, unfortunately, the train lost its brakes. And it is heading towards the left side track. And there is a lever in the middle. If you pull that lever, the train will then go through the right side track. And you are standing there, and you are holding the lever. Now, here is the interesting part. On the left side, there is 5 people trapped. An auto rickshaw is struck, and 5 people are trapped on the track. On the right side, there is 1 person stuck on the track. Now, the question here for you, what will you do? Will you pull the lever or not?
Why don't we ask them? Because whatever I say will be wrong.
So, who all will pull the lever and change the track to the right side? Please raise your hands.
How many of you will not pull the lever and ensure that you're on the left?
Yeah. How many of will not pull the lever? Okay.
A lot.
Okay. So, now, what about you?
I wouldn't pull it.
You will pull?
5 versus 1. No. I'll go to the 5.
You will save the 5?
Yeah.
Yeah. So, this is the collective way of thinking. Now, my follow-up question. What if those 5 people are criminals and 1 person is a baby? Or that 1 person is a scientist finding cure for cancer?
Saitya, can you do this interview, please? Because, well, I think that's where the first part of AI comes in, which is humanity.
So now, this is a question. So many different cultures have different answers,
yeah.
right? If you ask an American, they will say they don't do anything because it's meant to be. But if you ask somebody from an Asian culture, like a Chinese or a Japanese, they will say they will pull the lever because 5 lives always value over 1. So it's a very good example of ethics. Now replace this train with a self-driving car. What should a self-driving car should do in that scenario? That's where AI ethics comes into place. Or I will give you one more example. A self-driving car is coming with a passenger. Now it lost its control. It can turn right or left or go straight. If it goes straight, there's a lake. The passenger will die. If it takes right, there's a guy coming in a bike with helmet. It will definitely hit the guy, but save the passenger. If it takes left, there is another guy coming in a bike without a helmet. And it will hit the guy, that guy will get damaged, the passenger will be saved. Now what should the car do? Hit the guy with helmet? Or hit the guy without helmet? Okay, now I will tell you the problem here. If it hit the guy with helmet, that means he has a better chance of survival because he's wearing a helmet. But he is obeying the law. He's following the rules. Because that guy is not following the rule, not wearing the helmet, he get a free pass. How is that logical? See, this is where the AI ethics comes into place.
Sir, can't we have safer trains and better cars, sir, instead of all this? Just make sure there's no brake fail at all, sir.
Well, that's the thing about mechanics, no? You know, things...
So it is very decisive. What you're saying is everyone makes a choice. You have a choice to make. But which one you do it is what decides ethics.
Some of the cases. This is a very watered down version of AI ethics.
You make AI sound very simple, the way you have put it forward, but clearly it is a lot more. Youngsters, not so young, slightly older, all of us don't realize what we are doing in the world of AI and what risk we are sending out and taking upon when we use anything like an AI tool. Can you tell us what is it that we don't know? We've been educated about what this AI can do for you, how the AI benefits you, but how it is putting you at risk, because everything that you do has a negative. So we've been always told that, but we are looking at AI as only a positive. To reverse that is where you've come in and you've done a lot of research, sir. So what is it, the basic awareness that we do not know and we ought to know what we are doing?
So first of all, there is a lot of dependencies now people have on these AI tools. Few days back, there was an article in New York Times where a young woman killed herself after having a conversation with ChatGPT, where she took a therapy kind of help with the AI. So there are many people who use AI models as a therapist. There are many people who tends to believe these models, whatever it gives you. But the reality is we have to understand the current generative AI. So the current boom is generative AI. The ChatGPT, the Llamas, the Gemini, they are all large language models. They are trained on whatever is in the internet, right? So I will give you an example. Are you a fan of Ilayaraja? Yes. I'm a big fan of Ilayaraja. And I don't know if you know, Ilayaraja has done over 1,000 movies. He has composed around 7,000 songs. Now, if you ask AI, who is the most prolific? Prolific means in terms of volume. Prolific music composer, for movie soundtrack composer, it will never say Ilayaraja. It will give you John Williams, Hans Zimmer. So that's the thing. There is an inherent bias within AI, right? If you ask for a health condition or a health advice, it will give you everything related to English medicine, which is fabulous. But there are certain things where alternative medicines like Ayurveda can do better. So it's always limited to what is in its data set. And we often miss out on that reality. That's one thing about generative AI. But on the other hand, like nuclear technology, AI has its good side and bad side. And I think there are so many people, there's an admiral in the UK Navy, British Navy, who told me there are areas in Ukraine-Russia border where you have minefields of drones. Like you have drones lined up above your head, flying. The moment you move, it will shoot you. This is also the AI. Now AI is being used for surveillance, right? I don't know if you know, when there was this protest happening in Hong Kong a few years back, we call it the umbrella revolution. Why people were using umbrella? That was to escape from facial recognition algorithms. So this is the other side. It's quite easy to do surveillance. It's quite easy to control, manipulate. And we were sitting on all these data. Now it can process data very simply, easily. So that's the other side.
You know, where does India stand on this? Because like you said, it's culture-based. You know, it is how you grow up, the society you're around in. Where does India stand in this? One is ethics and one is governing body. So do you think India's moving too fast but moving too recklessly as well? What is your stand on India's governing body?
So I think in 2016-17 period, most of the countries started to take AI seriously. I think China came up with their plan for AI, and many countries started to decide what they want to do with AI. So China was quite clear. By 2030, they want to build AGI, and they should be controlling the supply chain. And they are on the way in some cases. Countries like US was powered by the Silicon Valley private sector. UK wants to be the master of governance, and Canada wants to be a master of AI research, things like that. But in 2018, the Niti Aayog came up with a strategy paper. It was quite clear. That's where India's strategy and soul of its AI comes in. It says AI for all. We believe in using AI to solve our decade-long socio-economic problem, right? And look at the areas where it can make impact, like the doctor before who was talking. It can improve healthcare accessibility. It can help farmers. So if you look since 2018, there have been so many startups like Niramai, which is helping with cancer diagnostics, or Cropin, Interlaw Labs, Aqua Connect helping with farmers, Vadwani AI, which is a non-profit who works with cotton farmers. There has been incredible change. And if you look in 2020, I think the Prime Minister himself said, we want to become the garage for AI tools for the rest of the world. And that reason is, if you can make a product for India, and if it works in India, with no doubt it will work in the rest of the world. And that's what we have been doing. But at the same time, we are also emphasizing on this, the gap, the cultural gap, that comes with the language. And that's where we are, the government is now working on India's own LLM, the foundation model, with startups like Sarvam. And that will be very interesting. We also already built Bhashini, which is a language translation layer. So our AI goals are about social empowerment, uplifting our population, rather than building huge data sets or huge claims.
Well, very well explained, sir. But when we see certain pictures, we don't even know whether it is real or AI generated. Today, the ends of certain movies shot 10 years back are completely changed because of AI. The actor doesn't know, the director doesn't know, the producer decides, I have the right to do anything I want and AI will enable me to do whatever I want. So certain things are powerful yet ethical. Certain things are very powerful but damn unethical. So who decides ethical, who decides unethical? And up to what point do you think this was okay? Because every time we create something AI, the government said we must have a description that said this is AI generated. The way we are going, it seems that this is reality. That's the way it'll be, because everything today seems to be AI generated. So what's ethical, what's not?
So ethics is very subjective. It changes by culture.
Like showing you standing with an actor, showing you standing with a sports person, showing you actually in Coimbatore but behaving like you're in California because of that. So there are certain things that are great advantage, but some things are wrong. It can hurt society and self.
So that's where regulation comes into place, right? Like EU has an AI regulation law, which is quite comprehensive and has been implemented across EU, which categorize AI in different risk. So if it's a normal back then chatbot, it doesn't carry that kind of risk. But AI use case in sectors like healthcare, finance, it carries higher risk, and that means higher regulation. So that's where you need laws, rules, right, to say it shouldn't be done. But the bigger risk that it carries is the fact that do we trust the people who are building it? We have seen with social media the lack of accountability. Companies like,
can say it, sir. I'm only
I don't mind saying. I'm speaking about Meta. You have seen what they have done in Myanmar when the riots was happening. they didn't do anything to stop it. It was their platform that's building. We have seen time and time again how social media, the echo chambers, and its click-oriented algorithms have created more problems than solutions. But we fail to have a grasp on it. Now the same people are building AI tools and expecting us to trust them. That's a question. We have seen with Boeing, what Boeing has done with 737 MAX, right? If you don't know, the 737 MAX, which is a phenomenal plane, but it had a small issue. Its nose was tilting because of the larger engines they put in. But instead of going through the R&D fixing it, they created a software called MCAS or something that will adjust the tilt. And to save more money, they didn't train the pilots, because the pilots are already trained on the older version. This has led to many air crashes. Over 500 people died, right? And do we expect the same profit-oriented, shareholder value-oriented companies to build these AI tools, which are very much powerful? And the far-reaching question, you mentioned about the images, right? Generative AI images. Do you know who is going to be getting profited most by that? Our politicians. Now there's a scam, taking money from somebody, they will say it's a generative AI image. Right? You can't use photo as a evidence anymore. Right? So that also changing. Like recently, I think Google came with the new Pixel. I don't know if you follow the tech. And it has this 100x zoom, 100x. So it zooms in, take a photo, then apply generative AI to give you that image. Now there's a question, what is a photo? What is AI generated? So that line is becoming very thin. That's why we need strong laws, rules in place, which make sure this kind of misuses never happens.
So let's assume, sir, that you have the power, and with the amount of time that you have invested in your research and ethical learning and practices that you put in, what are the rules that maybe the government isn't put in, but we as a society, we as human beings, remembering humanity before AI as the theme is today, what are the things we should be doing, and what is it that is okay, or what we should be completely avoiding as well?
So there is something called responsible AI pillars. I don't know who did it, but many tech companies use it. Some of us also use it. So it looks at some of the major aspects, like accountability. Who is accountable when AI goes wrong, right? Right now, for example, if a car, let's say you have a Toyota car and the brakes goes bad, you sue Toyota. The Toyota won't come and say, oh, it's the brake manufacturer's fault. They won't.
After talking to you, I'm scared to go in any car. Every time the brake is failing, so something or the other.
But with AI, let's say Meta's AI did something wrong. They will say, we can't take accountability because the data set is done by somebody else, or annotation is done by somebody else. So this question of accountability, if something goes wrong, it should be clear who is accountable.
Correct.
Second, security. There is something called data poisoning and other way of cyber attacks. Then the question of privacy, when you are dealing with personal data, the robustness, and most importantly, there is something called explainability. Now, we know why AI we know what is AI telling us, right? You ask a question, like who is the most prolific music composer? It gave John Williams. That's the answer. But it doesn't tell you why. In many cases. Now, there are some measures for language models. In most cases, AI acts in a black box. We call it a black box problem. We don't know how it arrived at this scenarios. Because early days, during the ImageNet days, the first thing we made AI do was recognize cat. So what you did was you fed thousands and thousands of photos of cats to AI and telling, and other photos. So cat photo, this is cat, this is not cat, cat, not cat, cat, not cat. And finally, it realized what is cat and what is not cat. But we didn't know back then how it is recognizing a cat. Is it looking at the tail and saying it is a cat? Or is it looking at the whiskers and saying it is a cat? So that's explainability. So we need to address all these things. And furthermore, we have to embrace open source AI, right? Open source AI means open weightage, open data set, and open technology as well. And furthermore, the access to this technology, right? I mean, the students here are very privileged to have this kind of events because the management is taking that effort. But that's not happening everywhere else.
Correct.
There are government schools in Kerala, Kerala considered to be a very well leading champion in education, where the students have no answer when I ask what is an AI. So this gap is going to widen. How are you going to address that? So those are the things I would have addressed if I had some kind of superpower.
But of course, you have the superpower of knowledge and you have the superpower of people's attention, sir. That's a great superpower today. In today's Instagram world, 3 seconds is a lot, and you have a lot of their attention today. So talking about ways to progress and ways to change, you spent decades, sir, into the research. What's right, what's wrong in the field of AI. During your research, come across and tell us, what did you see that actually shocked you? And you said, I want the power to tell the people that this is happening in the field of AI. There must have been one instance. There must have been one company. There must have been one person so badly affected. What is it that you saw? And you say, you all need to know this because you all do not.
So there are so many instances, but one thing that shocked me or I'm worried about right now is the jobs. It's much serious than what we were told to believe, right? A lot of jobs are being replaced, and I worry about the future of India's IT industry because they didn't innovate the way they should have. So that's the biggest worry I have. And the second thing is we are still not thinking from an education point of view, what should our students be taught? How do we equip them to thrive in an age of AI? Sure. I think that's something I've been doing with Mozilla Foundation recently through the program called Responsible Computing Challenge. We work with universities and colleges to rethink computer science curriculum. Okay, coding alone doesn't add value. Right now, AI can help anyone code. But the value comes in having interdisciplinary learning, multidisciplinary approach, right? So that's one important thing, how we need to prepare. And I feel our society is still complacent about that. So that's the biggest shock I have. But in case of individual things, I have came across 100 different things from all these big techs, where they have made something horrible and then they try to cover up. But if I had to say, it's going to be a long list. But you can expect all those things in my upcoming book.
Sir, Mr. Jibu, just tell me, crypto was the talk a couple of years back. It was a bubble that burst. There is a group of people that says AI is a great idea to speak about. It's all right to implement, but not to sustain. It is going to find a bubble that's going to burst really, really badly. Would you think that AI is the future, or AI is a great foresight, but not the future?
So it depends on how you define AI. So AI existed since, the idea of AI, at least as a formal academic field, existed since 1956. It's 70 years since the first Dartmouth paper was published. But what everyone is referring these days is generative AI, a subset of that larger AI space. Now, is there a bubble in generative AI? Yes. Now, the question is, what constitutes a bubble? So if you go back to 95, 98, there was a .com bubble. Yeah. Does that mean internet ended or internet died? No. Internet was a fabulous technology. But then every random guy came and started a website for everything. So there was this website called pets.com, which back then raised $100 million. And they barely sold anything. So same thing with crypto. When crypto came, everybody was buying NFTs. I remember there were housewives in Jalandhar who had a huge mining rig in their kitchen. Everybody was going after. So it's a bubble, yes. Every guy comes with an AI idea. Everybody wants to implement AI. Everybody says, this is the next magic wand. But it's a phenomenal technology. So where the bubble burst is, you will have too much investment. You have too much expectations. And all these startups will be pumped up, $1 billion valuation, $1 million valuation. And then at one point, they realize you can't make that kind of money. Yeah. either because the cost of their service will be higher, or the cost of implementing that AI might not be practical for small enterprises. We saw that with quick commerce, right? We had 100 different quick commerce. So there is a bubble, and it's gonna bust, but that's not a good metrics of how useful or powerful the technology is.
Correct. Fantastically said, sir. I think I've got a much more clearer understanding of what not to do and what you can be doing with AI. How many of you all actually want to pursue AI as a profession? Then raise your hands. Somewhere down the line, you'll want AI to be a part of your career. Okay, there are a few people. All right. So, sir, tell me, what is your advice to youngsters here who want to get into the field of AI development of different sorts? What is your advice to them as AI developers? What would you like to tell them?
So AI is not going to be a stream. It's going to be spread across everything, right? So we saw internet coming. Now, is there internet in banking? Yes. Like I can check you can send me some money right now from your phone. You can try it. So we can do that, right? Is there internet in communication? Yes, right? So internet has become this technology that got incorporated into everything, right? From education to entertainment, everything. AI is going to be like that, right? AI will be incorporated into banking. Now we already have certain things into healthcare, into education, into all the sectors. Now my advice, I'm quite happy when I was walking in, I listened to a student who was pitching the startup idea on using AI to solve the problem of food waste management. Correct. That was brilliant. I stood there for a few seconds, thinking, if this generation, if this is the vision this generation is carrying, I'm not worried. I'm happy. I think they have more potential to succeed where my generation might have failed with social media. Yeah. So that's one thing. Second thing, my advice for a career education wise is build your expertise in other areas, not just AI. Now, you becoming a coder, becoming an AI builder alone won't add value, because tomorrow there will be AIs which can create other AIs, right? We call that ASIs. But let's say you have a lot of experience and know-how in animal husbandry or botany or biology or any other space, like the doctor who was speaking before me. He is a surgeon. He has his expertise in surgeon. And then he is using this technology like robotics to supplement his work. So that's where the value is. You should have a domain expertise, whichever domain it could be. It could be sports science. Then you will add that AI component to supplement the work, make the impact much better. So there was so that's where the magic lies in.
Fantastic explained. For your safety, for your security, and for your success, if you all have questions related to AI, what you all should be doing, where you are being exploited, if that's a common word these days, the exploitation is not rare, your questions will be answered by Jibu. Any questions? Any questions regarding AI and its misuse or use of it? Come forward. We'll just take some questions and we'll... Yes, ma'am.
So, Namaste, sir. I am Anshika of SSVM School of Excellence. So, the question that I would like to ask to you is that, so does AI actually help us understand more about ourselves, or does this AI make sure that we lose our humanity while we are doing it?
Good question. Very good question. Now, my question is, who knows you better, yourself or an AI?
I know myself better, sir.
So we know ourselves better, right?
Yes, sir.
So AI is right now, it's like a mirror, right? And that's why we have bias, right? So I will tell you an example. We know that in countries like US, where there is a bias against black people, how, I don't know if you remember the George Floyd incident where a man was kicked and murdered on the road by the police.
Yes, sir.
So it's a social reflection of what's happening. Now, AI is doing the same thing. There's a person called Robert Williams who got arrested because AI said he's a criminal. There is a tool called Compass, which was used by judges in Florida to give parole to people, which was very much against black people. So AI is just right now is a reflection. AI is mirroring our fears, it's mirroring our insecurities, it's mirroring everything we think. So, but the reality is, we understand us much better. And don't forget, humanity has existed for thousands and thousands of years. We came from nowhere, from hunter-gatherer, to building this amazing technology in what? 5,000 years? 10,000 years? Right? Forget that. Talk to our grandparents. Tell the world we are living in. Like how, they won't even believe, right? If we tell that there's a machine that will, answer my questions, or even telling that there's a machine that will do paintings for me. Do you think they will believe? They will say it's a dream, it's a myth, right?
Yes,
so
sir.
we have to give ourselves some credit. We have reached so far. So trust in us. That's what I will say.
Thank you, sir.
Very nice question. Next.
Good evening, sir.
Hi.
In your view, how
Can you tell me your name?
Uttara.
Uttara, okay.
In your view,
Thank God you didn't ask AI, sir. What's her name? Yes,
in
Uttara.
your view, how can we actually measure the true progress in this age of AI?
It depends on how you want to measure progress. Like, do you want to measure economic progress, or do you want to measure social progress, right? So in economic terms, you have metrics like GDP and all those things. There are a lot of papers by institutions like McKinsey comes and say AI is going to add $30 trillion to the economy. AI is going to add $100 trillion to economy. But I would say, for us, for you, we should measure AI as the impact it's making. Can it make our lives better? Can it make us better people, that technology? Can it make us help our, the fellow human beings? Like that student was telling, right? Can we use AI to solve the problem of food waste? Or can we use AI to bring high quality healthcare to people living in remotest villages, like in Chhattisgarh, Bastar, Jharkhand, right? The tribal belts. Can we do that? That's where the progress is. So it's about how it can uplift our society. I think that should be the metric, not based on the value it will add to GDP.
Thank you, sir.
Good evening, sir. My name is Shivadit. I am from SSVM Mettupalayam Residential. My question is, if you imagine India in 2050, where human and AI values are together, what is the one thing that you hope that never changes about us as humans, as a society, as a people?
So the biggest, the most foolish thing one can do is predict about future, right? Because all the predictions has gone wrong. Even in case of AI, right? Few years back when I interview people, they will say, AI will come for repetitive jobs. But do you know the jobs that will be safe? The writers, the poet, the artists. Now tell that to the current generation of artists and poets, right? So we can never predict future. So there is one thing that Stuart Russell, one of the pioneers, he often says. So in 1931, September 11, there was this big conference in UK where Professor Rutherford, have you heard about Rutherford, the chemist? He made this bold declaration. It is impossible to generate power by splitting atoms. He made it. Next day, nuclear fusion was discovered. Nuclear fission was discovered. Next day, right? So that bad in predicting future. So I'm no one to predict future. But I like to think, I think I was talking to the podcast, and one thing, I forgot the brilliant student who introduced me. He was asking me are we heading towards a Wall-E-like world? Have you seen the movie Wall-E? Right? You remember the humans, all obese and drinking sugar, Coca-Cola or soft drinks and being lazy.
In spaceships.
So, yeah, that's not that's something I don't want to happen. I don't want us to lose things that makes us human, right? Our ability to, the basic things, the compassion, the love, the ability to solve problems. Like when things looks impossible, we humans always found a way. So I think that's something I would like to see us in.
Super. Fantastic. Lovely answer. Clap your hands. We're moving on. We have a couple of questions more. So, world with AI better or world without AI better? Choose one.
Everything is better with technology applied well, in the right way.
Good afternoon and Jain sir. I am Prasiddhi Somani of Sunbeam School, Haritara, Varanasi. My question for you is, if you had the power to set one universal AI principle, what would it be?
One universal AI principle. I think I will look at explainability maybe in principles, or there is something called the human AI component, right? So I think I will focus on something like explainability. It will be better to have AI tell us why it is giving you that decision, right? So that will enable us to choose whether to go with that decision or not. So I think explainability will be one AI principle that I will hold strong.
Thank you, sir.
Fantastic. And finally, Mr. Jibu, like you said, this is very culture-based. Ethics is very culture-based. Would we ever get something that is globally bound? The world will follow one rule for AI. Would that be a possibility? Because that's maybe what's essential. It's a small world.
So I will ask you a question. If I ask you to...
Break failed. Which break failed?
If I ask you to make breakfast, what will you make?
I don't know to make, but I'll make a sandwich. Yeah.
You'll make sandwich.
Yeah.
Okay. Madam, if I ask you to make breakfast, what will you make?
She'll tell Nitin, make whatever you want.
What will you make? I didn't hear you.
Smoothie.
Smoothie. Okay. Anybody else? What will you make, madam? Idli sambar.
Ma'am, invite me, ma'am,
Great,
please.
great. So if you ask me to make breakfast, I will make appam and chicken stew, right? Why? Because that's a personal thing. That's incorporated in my culture or our approach to health. Now, the people who are building AI, they will build that AI with the culture they are from, what they believe in. And so far, that has been mostly white, male from Western world, right? So we call it Silicon Valley. There's a term called Silicon Valley Law of AI Ethics. So and their approach is, let's break things and move fast. Then we will fix it. That's what they always do, right? Disrupt, destroy, right? So that's a problem. But now we are realizing if you want an inclusive and global AI, we need people who thinks there should be idli sambar for breakfast. There are people who believes that we should speak different languages. So that's why the people who are building should be also inclusive.
Correct.
Multiple language, culture, thoughts, gender, So that's why diversity and inclusion is, which hope Donald Trump is not listening, which is very important in building AI. So
Super.
That's how only we can have a global model for AI ethics.
And for the youngsters, my final question, for the youngsters using AI, what is your safety precaution, like warning? What is it?
Always double check. Even if it's ChatGPT is giving you an answer, it might hallucinate. So there's something called AI hallucinates. And there are studies that proves again and again that you can't prevent hallucination because it's a statistical problem. So at times it has given me journal references of papers that never existed. It will make things out of its imagination. So always be aware of that when you are using AI. Secondly, understand that it is a machine and it is not an individual. It doesn't have a heart or soul or whatever.
Consciousness.
It doesn't have a consciousness yet, but it's very good in faking it. So be mindful about that.
Fantastic. Round of applause for Mr. Jibu Elias, please. I like the last word he said. They don't have a conscience, but they're good at faking it. But that's what it is. AI is fake it till you make it, as long as it looks as real as we take it. Please, inviting the management on stage, please to felicitate Mr. Jibu. Thank you, Mr. Jibolia. Thank you, Nitin. Thank you, Shisha ma'am. Thank you. Round of applause. Thank you. Which was your favorite breakfast? Just asking for the record. I think it was the idli, ma'am, that you were ready to offer. All right. Now, what a day it's been. How many of you all have been here since quite a while and you had a good time? You go back with some amazing memories, go back with some good learnings, and you go back and tell your friends and family, you know what, I'm a bit wiser today. Not AI, not artificially intelligent, but amazingly intelligent. How many of you all had a good time? Then raise your hands. How many of you all enjoyed the person on the stage as well? Raise your left hand. Just do it. I'll get you some sandwiches. Okay, thank you, everybody. It's been fantastic, but this is only day 2. We have a lot more lined up, not just for tomorrow, but also to end today on a high. We are announcing a lovely performance before we get into a good, sweet end by the students of SSVM World School. For one last time, clap your hands together. This will be special.
Some call me nature. Others call me Mother Nature. I've been here for over 4.5 billion years. I don't really need people, but people need me. Yes, your future depends on me. When I thrive, you thrive. When I falter, you falter. Or worse.
Open, living for the night like it is golden. Yeah, I can't know when I'm never folding. I just wanna dance among the stars. These after hours got me charged and I just wanna dance among the stars. These after hours got me charged and after hours got me charged and
Thank you. Thank you so very much. What a wonderful way to wrap up what's been an eventful day too. Hi, Rajiv. Would you like to join me here one last time?
Did you catch that line? She said one last time. I've got good news for all of you all. Give them the good news.
Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, with this day, my journey here with you at the SSVM Transforming India Conclave 2025 comes to an end. I apologize in advance, you're stuck with this man for tomorrow. But all jokes aside, every year we do this where we thank the management for not just giving you all this opportunity, for giving us this opportunity to learn while we continue to do what we love. I hope our time spent on this stage has given you some valuable insight, given you a takeaway that's inspired an idea that we hope to see next year on this stage, competing at the Studentpreneur Awards. I hope some of you go on to create AI startups, and I hope to introduce you on stages in the future. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, thank you so very much for making yesterday and today special for me. Thank you so very much.
Panditji gave up. You know, when I left, Panditji spoke to her for a few minutes. He said, never again. But I'm saying I will come back again for you.
How sweet. Here's hoping Panditji shows up again for you tomorrow. But what can we expect tomorrow? And who are these eminent people that Rajiv is going to be cracking some jokes and hopefully asking a few questions with? We have Deepika Padukone's father, badminton legend Prakash Padukone showing up here.
Please clap tomorrow also, okay?
I know that when he played and when he created the badminton revolution was way before your time, but I promise you now he's collaborating with his daughter and starting the next stage of the badminton revolution in this country. We also have people joining us here from Google, former Swiggy, so different aspects of AI.
Nestle India as well.
Wonderful. You seem to have done your research for tomorrow at least.
I don't have you to fall back on. It's all going to be me.
How sweet, how kind. So, ladies and gentlemen, thank you so very much for having me. More importantly, having us.
It's been an absolute pleasure. Thank you.
This has been wonderful co-hosting with you, Rajiv. Thank you so very much.
One sec, say that again. Wow. Say that again.
No, I made sure they were applauding when I said it, that even the cameras weren't captured. But this has been an absolute blast. Thank you, everybody. May your year be inspired by everything you heard here today. Thank you. Nandri, Vanakkam. Goodbye.
Thank you very much. I will see you tomorrow. Are you cheering for me coming back tomorrow? I'll just take it like that. Thank you very much. It's been a lovely day because of all of you all and the lovely talk we had. See you tomorrow as we transform India with every conversation, with every dialogue. Goodbye, go safe, and see you tomorrow.